Everybody ordered the new core rule books.
I haven't ordered it yet, but I will.
Yeah.
You can
Paying
pre-order
for my
bonuses.
D&D content? Less likely than you think.
I won't sugarcoat it. Like back when I was poor, man, it was definitely PDFs where I could find them online. But now I can afford to. I'm like, here you go. I'm all about just accessing it as best as you can and then paying it back when you can. All right. So, the last time on the badges, you finished a fight with the Chaos Gate Beast. Yay! All the crew was dead, and so there was, after just a dramatic finishing blow by Cadmail, discussion on how to proceed forward with all of the dead crew. Tatiana then offered that she could bring them all back as like undead workers and then go back doing their jobs. After much debate and options, that is and concerns about her being in charge and under control of the crews, you all eventually said yes or agreed to it, and so she raised them, and then as quick as that, a couple of hours after killing the beast, you set through the portal that formed. Through the portal, you all made it to the plane of limbo finally, this place of chaos and randomness. Again, you would see like fragments of there's a tree floating by, there's a fish, there's a part of an asteroid. It's just very random and chaotic, and the tree will appear and then it's gone, and now it's something else is in its place. Is that a penguin? It's very strange and just random. And other things too that defy explanation appearing and leaving, floating by. But in the distance, there was this storm of magic, this grand, large storm, hurricane-esque. Tatiana, though, did indicate that was the way forward to a deeper level of limbo where Serac is. As a friendly reminder, she did tell Romul in that moment that in this place, and just kind of like in the Astral Sea, you can actually think of your destination and then get kind of a ping of where you need to go, like a sense of direction. Very useful, especially in endless spots of space where places can move around and drift and not be where they were 2 minutes ago. And though beat up and still recovering from the Chaos Beast fight, you all took the 3 Spelljammas in the blunderbuss, the Chariot of the Purple Dragon, and Shipfuckery, and went through the storm, where the ships themselves were being torn apart almost. They were being damaged by the storm of magic, this rolling thunder and arcs of silver flame lightning. Eventually, you pass through into the eye of the storm, in other words. And there in the center, the centerpiece, is what looks to be a statue of a woman made out of vadium, god diamond. This substance that is said that only gods can shape, essentially. And even then, it's very difficult. So seeing a statue of a woman there is very, it's intimidating, I guess, or eye-opening. And around her, and in the storm itself, were remnants of buildings. Maybe there was some sort of, city here or structures of some sort. And there's a lot of that floating around the storm and inside the storm. But here inside, there's, some of those remnants floating around the center. Out of the storm, you all decided, or, kind of paused. But before you can get too much farther, Tatiana was starting to have like some very painful headaches, apparently. She had blood coming out of her nose and her ears, and she excused herself to go into one of the quarters of the chariot. There, or inside, Romul could hear her like screaming out in pain and suffering. So he goes inside to investigate and speak to her and see what's going on. And a lot of confusion. as she seems to be writhing around in pain. She mentions that this place is something called Mystryl's Deathbed. And she did complain about the power of the weave here. The weave being, for those who don't know, is like that's what magic comes from. You know, the force that permeates everything, all of existence. And through that, a new voice arose, a masculine voice, who then attempted to cast a spell at Romuald. Romuald did attempt to counterspell, but failed. And Powered Kill went off, killing Romuald. So things are going to happen very, very fast. Above table, I'm sorry the pacing's not better. You know, this is a kind of a storyline that ideally would have been more deliberate, a little bit more better paced, but it's going to be slam bam tonight. So buckle in. This is a buckle in episode, or I'm going to beat the shit out of you, to be completely honest. A heads up. Again, I should say I could beat the shit out of you. There is going to be a ton of moments for you guys to make decisions. Just know that not everything is very binary. You all have a lot of control, even though there's going to be a lot of kind of railroady moments, maybe it feels like, depending on things. You will have a lot of choice in the matter, right? Not everything is exactly as it seems, so make sure you ask for rolls if you need it, like insights, you know, deceptions, persuasions. Like, there still will be a lot at play here, right? So I am interested to see how everything plays out, right? But there's a good chance that, or I say good chance, there's a chance that I can punch the shit out of you, right? And just know it's like, I'm playing with mechanics, and there, if we get to that point, I'll explain it more, but there's a chance of mechanics feeling unfair, but I'll explain to it if we get to that point. And always remember, I'm rooting for you all, but I am trying to challenge you, especially at level 18, right? So we'll see where that goes, right? Any questions?
The odds ever be in your favor.
Yeah, may the odds be in your favor. Any questions before we kind of pull ourselves into the moment? I'm assuming everyone's in roll 20, so you can see where you are in the maps.
Yeah, it's bad as shit.
Yeah. When you say bad, do you mean it's a cool map, or are you just saying like...
I mean, good. I mean, it's a good map.
Yeah. Or I didn't know if you were saying it's bad and like we're way over here in relation to where everything just went down. But I'm going to say I'm very proud of... I've been really getting more comfortable with my map making. Check this out. I want to show it off before we get into the thick of it. Because it's floating, right?
I did have a question.
You'll have a dynamic map, potentially, where the pieces of structures are floating around the space and changing position. So,
Real quick.
Yep. I just want to show that off before we got into it.
Yeah. I think. Check. Is Cadmail proper on a square? I think Cadmail's.
Oh, just keep in mind the map of the ship squares are built into it, so it might not be.
Yeah.
So if you're out here on these squares, you should be level.
Okay.
On that. It's going to be kind of odd, and I wasn't doing too hard of a rule of thumb. I just want to make sure it seemed appropriate size in the space for you all.
Yeah. Do the transition? Would it move Cadmail now if the map transitions?
So the way I'm going to, if we get to a battle map, the way I was going to rule it is that you stay in place while the structures move, unless you purposely say that you, like, I am on this floating piece of rubble, my feet are on the ground, and I want to be able to move with it. Does that make sense?
Okay.
For simplicity.
I'm latching.
Yeah. My space walking boots are onto it. Yeah. That's for simplicity, because moving everyone and everything would just be, I think, too much of a headache. Mm-hmm. What's up, Romuald?
Tatiana, she held on to that that cage that she had. I can't remember the name of it. I just remember.
Even I
she
don't
still was
remember
holding
what
on
that
to it,
is.
right?
Is this the thing to catch a soul? Is that what it was?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
I think it's like a soul cage or something. Man, I had forgotten about that. So
I just wanted to remember if she still had it.
I'm going to say yes. Even I don't remember all the context of it. I think above table she was, because this is Nate trying to refresh his memory. Like I think she was going to use it to try and capture a Serac maybe, or do something with it at the after Pearl fight in Tomb of Annihilation. I think that was an original intent, but it would make sense for her to still be holding on to it and bringing it along. Yeah. Cool.
It showed Romulo at some point.
Yeah,
Just wanted to remember
and I don't think
she
she
still
would
had
be
it on her.
secretive of it too. I think that's something that's like hanging on her side, right? Like it's obvious she still has it. So yeah, 100%. No, I'm like, what's Justin gonna do? I don't know what he's gonna do with it.
I have a mechanics question.
Mm-hmm.
So thus far, so speed, I assume we're like same sort of fly speed, right? It's like
We're keeping the same rules as
time,
yep, 5 times your intelligence. Mm-hmm.
So I have a feature that I have not been taking advantage of that is it's called fast movement that adds 10 to my movement speed, and it doesn't really give any like conditions about it. So I assume
Yeah, that would be on
right.
top of your
Okay.
intelligence movement. Yep.
Cool.
Good question.
Got it. Done.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are we starting with initiative rolls?
We are not. That's why I'm like, there's a lot set up here, but there's a lot of choices, and I don't know where things are gonna go, right?
Okay, so we left off. Did we heard Romulo pleading?
I'm gonna
with her?
pull us
Did we hear-
back into this moment and set the narrative again, because now as we see the map, right, and where you all would be technically at. So we did end with power word kill. Tatiana screams out no. This figure in this masculine voice did say the words, "So be it. A vessel no more. She will suffice." And that's when the magic goes off. First thing I need to do, we're going to get, okay, actually I forgot to say one more thing. There's a chance you're going to want a pen and paper. It could get very complicated later. Because I have something, because as these spells are cast, 2 spells are cast, one by Tatiana and one by Romulo. Okay. I'm not going to spoil everything about it, but one of the last things Romulo sees is with this as his body rises up and the masculine voice says, "Die," in an old language, which I think Romulo speaks. You speak Netherese, right? Is that one of your little...
Yes.
Yeah. Speaks Netherese. You hear it in Netherese, "Die." And as your body... But then you see Tatiana react a little confused as they're holding up the staff of a Serac. All of a sudden, magic missile goes off. And as your body is standing there, you're just then exploded with a bunch of magic missile bolts. So all this literal magic manifests. It starts hitting your now dying dead body. But you also, when you cast your counterspell, you felt the weave and the magic around you really be affected, right? That's the best way I can put it. But we pull ourselves kind of back into Romuald in his last moments. As you're rising up and you hear it, and as the necrotic energy breaks your body, in this moment, you sense the possibility of this storm. And you're feeling it in your very being. That whatever part of you ends up connecting to the weave and magic when you practice it, when you study it, when you use it, you feel the storm. And its possibilities is endless. You have never felt anything like it. But it doesn't feel like the weave as you know it. It feels different. And you almost sense two different kinds of weave here, neither of which are the one that you normally interact with. And you think in the last moments to be the one who could wield and control such power. And you hear Tatiana scream and you go into darkness. The first thing you see, Romuald, as you die, is a place that we, as players, it's been a while since we've been. I think the only time I can remember is when Quaylen died.
Sorry.
You find yourself in an endless expanse of stars. Infinite multitude. You've never seen anything like this many stars. It's almost to the point that they almost bleed each other out into just pure white. You're just kind of floating in this space. And you see from your chest inside of you a thread. This luminescent thread shooting off into the distance, disappearing. And you instinctively know this goes to my clone. But then there's another thread going forward. And here, cutting through all of the stars, is a river of light, of different shades of bright, vibrant colors. The way I like to think of it is like the aurora borealis. These just very vibrant, off colors, and it kind of shimmers, and it's moving a flow. The thread goes to that, the second thread. And you know this as the river Styx. So your soul's connected to two places in this moment. One returns back to your clone, back on the planet Toril, and another thread pulls to the river Styx. And you can feel there's almost a choice to be made. Return to your body, or as most people in this world were known. I don't know if I've done these kind of I've done this. This is innate homebrew that usually bleeds into all of them. Or you can go into the river Styx, which then will take your soul to a place called Requiem, where all souls go to either be claimed by their gods, by devils, by warlocks, by whoever lays claim to it, or to pass on into nothing. So you're feeling this choice, And you see the stars suddenly begin to kind of move and shift. Two portions of it begin to kind of coalesce, the stars themselves moving and forming into a constellation. They start designing a pattern. One of them begins to shape into the likeness of a woman. The other one of a bearded man. And as the stars pull into these constellations, they kind of begin to glow with magic and change. And indeed, there are two figures now standing before Romiel. One is a woman with long black hair, beautiful pale skinned. She has these bright blue eyes that are brimming with magic. The other is a white-haired man with a thick, wild white beard, and he has a robe, this beautiful robe that you, with your practice and skill, recognize on its surface are arcane symbols, spells, schools of magic, the language of magic shifting around on it. And then the woman says, looking at you, Romiel the Arcane. We cut back. Cadmail, upon your ship, the Chariot of the Purple Dragon, you hear a scream from Tatiana. You feel the storm around you pulsate with energy and magic. And you've been around powerful magic enough to feel it being used. And you hear a word spoken, and I don't think Cadmail knows Netherese. And so you hear a word spoken that you're not familiar with. But then you hear Tatiana scream in pain and in suffering. What do you do?
Well, I guess I'm probably don't know that voice which that one word was spoken in.
Mhm.
So I head to the first mate's cabin and investigate.
You step in and you see Tatiana on her knees, crying over the broken body of Romiel, lifeless, his joints in positions it should not be in, blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And she turns and looks at you with tears in her eyes. You have to kill me. And her last word cuts off, and her body kind of goes rigid for a second, and then begins to stand up straight.
Hand on my sword, ready to go.
And tears are going down her face. But then from her, you see like a spectral image of a man kind of emerge slightly out of her form. So it's almost like a double image. You have Tatiana there, and this kind of off-kilter suggestion of a man with long black hair slicked back, a robe. Hold thy weapon, your majesty.
Who are you, and what are you doing with Tatiana's body?
And now you see as he looks down, like Tatiana's body is moving with him. Like he's in control. My name is Karsus. I would like you to roll a history check, Cadmiel.
Ooh, I have a +5. And a nat 20 for 25 total.
Yahoy to me?
Indeed, you have heard of Karsus. He's perhaps one of the most legendary figures in the history of time. You've heard of the Netherese, the Netheril Empire. Maybe Romul's mentioned it a few times, but most people know of Einstein in our world. I love Justin's physicist association. You also know of Karsus's folly. It is said this is the moment that this high-tech, advanced magic society, an empire of floating cities across the planet of Toril, thousands of years ago, was destroyed. When one of its leaders, an archmage named Karsus, overreached. Overreached might be an opinion of some, but it's always a cautionary tale. He sought to save his people by usurping the throne of the goddess of magic. And when he did, or when he finished his grand spell to ascend and challenge a god in their own power, there's different interpretations of what happened in that moment. But the one thing everyone knows is that the magic was destroyed. These flying cities of magic fell from the skies, plummeting to the earth, killing thousands and thousands and thousands. And Karsus himself was said to be turned to stone but killed in this moment. I'm giving you a lot because you rolled a nat 20.
Yes.
This was ages ago. But the Netherese cities, there's a lot of truth to it. Dungeon delvers explore the ruins, artifacts of the Netherese are found all over the lands of Toril. And this figure is claiming to be him.
And what does the one who ended the Netheril Empire want with us?
I would ask for you to step aside. I would make a deal with thee, your majesty, and the badgers. You may wonder why thy friend lies dead. I do not wish for interference. And I did not trust him to not interfere with what I must do. with this body.
You come onto my ship. Slay a close ally of mine, and possess the body of a guest of mine? You have the audacity to make the request that we not kill the thing that has caused us even more grief?
Thou rescued me from my imprisonment by a Cerrak. And as I watch, thou and your companions have proven to be capable and powerful. I will bring thou friends back. I swear this upon my dead people that was taken from me. Thou and your friends do not love this woman.
And you've killed the only one who does.
For his love and for his power. I can sense his reach. And he was the only one capable amongst you to actually interfere with what I look to do. I do not want to be thou enemies, Your Majesty. If you do not interfere, I swear I will bring him back to you. Excuse thyselves, and let me finish what was wrought, but was interrupted in another age. As bystanders or allies, but not my enemies.
Interrupted? You mean to continue your work that brought down the Netheries?
I plan to continue my work that was going to save my people until the arrogance of the gods decided I was not worthy to wear their crowns. So they stood in my way. Mystryl stood in my way. She broke magic at the moment we needed it the most. Mystryl killed my people. You can roll another history check if you want.
I shall do so. That's a 15.
15. big enough moment that I do think this is like could be like a very much everyone knows about the Titanic, like these very big stories in the world. It's said that when Karsus ascended, Mystryl, the goddess of magic, died or killed herself, was defeated. Something happened when Karsus ascended that she was dead. She died. Whatever, how the method was or whatever happened, she truly did die as a goddess. And there was a moment when all of Weave and the magic throughout everywhere failed. Wasn't a huge deal for most people. It would have been a brief time period, like not even a day, right? Maybe hours at most of not being able to cast a spell. Magic items stop working. But the big repercussion is that the magic suspending cities in the air failed during that brief moment, causing them to plummet. That's weird. Sorry, Jet, if I just saw you about the... Okay, this is getting frustrating. I literally... I looked at the streams earlier, and the VODs, one of the VODs was incorrect. And I'm like, I swear I changed it. And I made sure to change it tonight, and for some reason it's defaulting to like whatever the last one was, even though I just changed it. So thank you for bringing that to my...
I blame Jeff Bezos. Yeah, no worries.
Thank you. Session 20.
Attention Badger fans. Stream is live.
Right. There, at least change the title of it. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Yeah, no worries. So we're inside this like swirling... Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
As a sign of good faith, King Cadmel, you may call thy friends. I say this with much respect of your capabilities, but I do not fear thee. We have a common foe. With my power, I will help you break Acererak.
Cadmail turns away, goes to the side of the ship here, calls out to his allies. We have to have a meeting on my ship as soon as possible.
Cadmail, as you step out and you call out, I don't think a perception check's involved, and all of y'all would notice this, but Cadmail would particularly note with everything going on. The storm around you is beginning to rumble and grow a little bit more angry. Tingles, what are you doing when you hear a call from Cadmail?
I mean, he's probably... I'm trying... Okay, let me be
I'm pulling you into the moment. You can be silly. You can be silly. Do what you think Tingles would be doing.
Just imagine he's like below deck jerking off real quick.
Every time I think.
Yeah, what's up? You want? One moment, guys.
I don't know if you're talking to the people outside or someone in the cabin with you. There's all these undead
Sorry,
crewmen
Dave.
walking by.
Let me
I'm just kidding.
It's me, JP. I just need a moment. No.
Breaking the third wall. Fourth wall.
Yeah. Above table. Is it? Are we still able to like fly around?
Yes, you can
like
still.
we
It's
were
just
before?
like the astral sea. You can move by your intelligence score, so you can just fly around at will.
Okay. Could I, at the very least, have the captain or the person who's operating the ship move it closer, and then I fly over it, just so we're a little bit more in proximity to each other?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right. Orkvo and Quaylen.
A meeting? Don't you see where we are, man?
So you get like on. Are you yell? Yeah, you like yell across the. Orkvo yells back at you, Cadmiel.
What the hell,
Admiral.
bro?
Cadmiel calls back. Romeo's been killed.
The what?
Quaylen flips out, like kind of rages from her. What the fuck? It's not true. It's not true.
Orkvo is just gonna start flying off the ship,
Excellent.
like not going towards the, lightning, crackly stuff. Stop me
Who
if
the
I
fuck
need to
off,
stop.
Romeo?
And we'll freeze frame there.
Okay.
Romulan. Romulan the Arcane. We need to speak.
Are you Mystryl?
Yes. Yes, I am. I assume you know Azoth also? Yes?
I heard the name.
Azoth, the bearded gentleman, just kind of nods and he has more of a gentle smile to him. It's all right. Not very many of our practice adhere to the gods, but I have a hand in what you wrote and what you work with. Yes. I'm at least happy that you know who I am. She kind of like begins walking around the space, just kind of looking around at the stars. And like I say walk, right? There's no floor. You're just kind of floating, but she's moving through the space like she's just kind of walking. You have come to my attention. You've been on blips, as it were. That business with Aserak and the curse. Bravo, very good job. Whispers amongst the gods of the badgers and spellcasters and whatnot. But that was. Then there was Demigod again? Yes. He was Caconolas, whatever that demon's name was. You have been growing more and more into my sight. But it wasn't until you treated with Bahamut himself and defeated Ashardalon did I really begin to take notice. Well, I should say, Azoth brought you to my notice. He kind of like nods. You show much love and understanding for me in your way. But I wonder, how much do you truly understand that what you study and what you attempt to master, how much do you understand my role in what you do?
I understand. Every spell I cast is like a prayer.
She kind of, there's like a brief little smile on her face, so she's kind of stoic in her own way as you say prayer.
I don't ever attempted to master control over the weave. I don't think it's something that you control no more than a bird controls the air.
I respect that. I do believe in mastery. I encourage mastery. But your reverence has been noted. As you put it, you know the air that you fly upon. I actually respect mastery. Encourage it. For those who master me, it's like a dance. A dance that I'm a willing participant in. But I like to see skill. And you have been showing mastery of the currents of my being. You and your friends, the Inglorious badges, not only my gaze, but a few of the other gods, obviously Bahamut, we're enjoying watching your race across the plains to face Serac, defeat him, whatever it is. You should note, a Serac is actually one of my adherents. His mastery and his skill, I smile upon it. The Atropole, I thought was a fine design. I found it amusing to see someone who could take what I offer and build a god from it. Now, you all defeated him, which I have no grudges against, but his craft was excellent. If you did not defeat him, he would have born a god. Out of that creature, mind you. The reason why I like a Serac, and I don't punish him for anything, is that he knows his place.
Mastery with limitation.
Mastery without overreach. Compare him to someone like the Lord of Whispers. There's one for overreach. Wanting to become a god. But I won't allow that. We've been watching you. And by the twist of Ao's humor or the fates themselves, it appears your dear friend Tatiana has brought Karsus the Unweaver along for a ride.
Karsus.
Yes. I assume you've heard of Karsus?
Everybody knows who Karsus is.
To both of our surprises, she kind of looks over at Azoth. He's alive. I'm told we thought he was dead. Lost. Now, I must say I'm perturbed with Osiriak, for apparently he had located his body or his soul, wherever it was, maybe limbo, and has been using for his purposes. I don't mind that again, but he has decided that to keep that from us. And now here we are. As with the twist of fates, you and your friends have brought him to the moment of his death. He now stands at the center of his failed ascension. I'm sure you felt the weave there of my former self.
Yes. It's different.
It
Wild.
is. It's very much wild and old. That is the old weave of Mystryl. I pay respects to my elders, but that is not me. But what Karsus could potentially do in this moment with that weave troubles us. We believe if Karsus is to ascend and gather the weave onto himself, it might create a bit of a conflagration. Imagine the whole world, the whole multiverse, permeated by our mistress. Your abilities of thousands, millions of mages across the multiverse, spelljammers, everything those things were built upon, ceasing to exist.
But the weave was stronger before, was it not? No one's been able to replicate what the Netherese have done. Most modern wizards don't think it's possible. Many modern wizards believe you've made it impossible.
I have made my laws, and I, again, very much respect that you recognize, because you're correct. I have set boundaries upon what is capable. Those before me set bounds, and I have then in turn. But that is boundaries upon my weave. This is the old weave, and not limited by my rules. Its very nature, I am not able to reach in and grasp it. Azoth advises that it would likely destroy me. So we need you to stop Karsus. It's pretty simple. But if you wish for our aid to save your friends, You have to swear to us. Your skill has been proven to be extraordinary. And I sense that you're reaching the limits and boundaries of what is capable. I would grant you the title of Chosen. I assume you know what that is.
Yes.
You would
You've
join the
already
ranks. Go ahead.
met several of your chosen. I think at least one.
Yes, Laurel has mentioned you. I'm assuming you speak of Laurel Silverhand. Her and her sisters, Elminster, Blackstaff. You would join their ranks. Swear to me your servitude, and we will lend you our aid. I'm going to rephrase them. Rommel, roll an insight check.
11.
11. There's definitely a broad stroke here that Rommel definitely would pick up on. There will be like a deeper insight to it. They're negotiating with Rommel. They're afraid of Rommel. They need Rommel. I do think you get a sense, as much as they're afraid of what Karsus can do there, they're afraid of what you could do there. And they're trying to maneuver you into position for you to not challenge them. So we'll let you stew on that as we step back over to the rest of the Badgers. Orkvo, Quaylen, you come over to the ship. Tingles, you have floated over, and you are now standing there. And you all see Tatiana like standing on the deck. Again, though, a more rigid stance to her, though you do see still tears coming down her face, but hidden a little bit behind this specter of a man that kind of mirrors her image.
Who the fuck is that?
This is Karsus. He is the one who brought down the Netherese Empire many millennia ago in his quest to save it.
Is that good or bad?
I do challenge that assertion. That it was I who brought down my people. You were not there, were you? But it is true, I am Karsus, the Archmage, the Netheril Empire.
When he made his attempt, if I remember my history correctly, it destroyed the weave with it, the Empire, and magic itself. Gone. If what Lord Tingles and Romuel can do can reshape reality itself. His power, at the very least, when everything went down that made you such as infamous character as you are, there his power was effectively one step short of a god's, and
I touched divinity that day. I grasped for it, for my people. Understand this, Your Majesty. Mystryl was the guardian of my people. But she stepped aside as we suffered and were being destroyed. We were a people hurting, dying, and she did nothing. So I attempted to do what she would not. I rose. I do not belittle the fact that I reached for her crown. And for a brief moment, I had it. And my people were safe. But then she turned her back on us in her pride. Let my people die. I brought your friends, Orkfo, Lord Tingles. I am attempting to be as forthright as possible. I have killed your friend, Romuel.
That was you? I thought it was Tatiana.
Tatiana, you just see tears on her face. I occupy her.
But it was you who did it.
Yes.
And her last words that she has spoken before he took full control is a desire for us to kill her. She sat crying over his body as he points to Romuel.
She is short-sighted, with a broken heart. You all have heard of me, in some capacity.
And heard shit.
Your story is taught in our kingdom as one of the greatest examples of the folly of pride.
The lesson should be the folly of the gods and what happens when they turn their backs on you and deem you as disposable. It does not surprise me that they would paint, that she would paint what I did in this light. Your friend is dead. But, as I explained to your king, This is a safety measure. And I am only having this conversation with you all for you rescued me from a Sararak and were willing or not have brought me back to my greatest accomplishment and failure. I'm going to finish what I began. And I did not trust to interfere and grasp for what is mine.
Give me
But we-
one reason I shouldn't split your blue glowing skull.
Was Orkfu. If this were a hostage negotiation, it would be us that are the hostages.
I do not fear you, Badgers. You should fear me. Once I ascend, I swear upon my people and their memories that I will bring your friend back. And I will help you, assist, ally myself with you as a god to destroy the Sararak. I
And
know.
if we refuse,
Then you turn to ash. I truly wish that you would swear yourselves to me. Together, we can reshape everything. But I mostly ask for you to step aside and let me finish what I began.
I'll just look at Cad and intimate with my eyes that I'm not buying what this guy's selling.
Lord Tingles, Quaylen, you all have been very quiet in our negotiations.
All I know is that you killed Ramiel in cold blood. I will not.
You can have his body. If you don't trust me to bring him back, I know you're all capable. You have touched divinity. Take it. But do not touch it until I finish. We know death is just an inconvenience for those like us. With all due respect to you all and your abilities, none of you, despite her, he points to like himself and him, understand where we stand, and I do not trust him to not take what is mine. Or her.
I would like to specify, since Jeff did say that he was looking at Cadmail,
Mhm.
this is one of the few times that you will notice, like, Cadmail's got his hand on his sword. He's ready for whatever the group decides, but he has like a look of worry on his face, and like his hands are shaking. I think the first time you guys would have seen that would be when you first met him, when
Ooh.
in the inn, once the cult began calling to bring Cadmail out. If he were to leave, then everyone else would go free.
Do not throw yourselves away. Step aside. And watch the birth of a god. Or join me. And we can reshape reality how we see fit.
You know, anytime anyone has made such promises, it's generally been just they need some bit of assistance to attain their goals, but they have very little interest in rewarding those who have assisted or keeping them around despite unless they commit themselves as some kind of slave.
I have too much respect for thee to dictate you as slaves. Which is why I offer for thee to stand aside or to join. I do not press thee into service.
Can you clarify that, like, he is like just kind of an aura around Tatiana, or is like an entirely separate thing?
He's like, it's like he's half in, half out of her body as like a spectral spirit. Like you would be looking at his face talking, and a couple inches in, there's Tatiana's quote unquote lich flesh with tears.
Yeah. Okay.
Where did you say Romuald's body was?
In the cabin. I know what you're capable of, Lord Tingles. Do not take my gesture as good faith. To try and take advantage of my situation. That speaks to you too, Quaylen. Death is an inconvenience, and I will give you back your friend. I think you're all reasonable. Will you step aside or join me? Either way, I will help you break a Serac as a gold.
Sorry if I missed this. Did somebody already do an insight check?
No one's asked for one.
Yeah. Yeah, Tingles is going to do an insight check.
Okay. $15.
Yeah.
Friendly reminder, don't forget to check for your inspirations and stuff. I don't know where we left off after that fight and stuff.
I do have inspiration. You guys think this would be a good time to use that?
And I don't think so.
Okay.
I think he's wearing his heart on his sleeve a little bit. I mean, like, he's saying he wants to grab power and be a god. Like, okay.
Indeed, he seems to be wearing his heart on his sleeve. with a 15 total insight check.
Plus, Cadmail could very easily let you in on, he heard one word from this guy, came up and Ramiel was dead. So, this dude is, at the very least, an equal in power to Ramiel and probably Tatiana combined.
And I'm sorry if I missed this part. Is there above table has he presented an issue with us bringing Romeo back at this moment? Like wanting to wait?
So he does not want you to bring Romuald back. He has offered to bring him back once he ascends, or if you don't trust him, he's like, I'll ascend and then you can use your capabilities to bring him back. That's what he has said.
Okay. Well, what are we waiting for someone to make a decision at this point? Or someone to say something?
Pretty much. Orkfo's about to make a decision, and you've seen the look in his eyes before. So, like, position yourselves where you want to position yourselves.
So if he's a spectral, sorry, this is just kind of above table mechanics. If he's a spectral,
he's occupying Tatiana.
Yeah.
Right. So if you go to slash, you're essentially going to be attacking Tatiana.
Orkfo's okay with that.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about this too. It's like, don't even care about the person that's being quoted.
Okay.
And he hasn't even offered her
I was
as
already
a
convinced.
hostage.
You don't have
Yeah.
to give me more reasons to want to.
Yeah. You almost get the impression too, like that was a part of his insight into the situation. Is like some of you, if not all of you, don't actually care about her. I'll give you guys information for free.
He's aware of our animosity.
Yeah.
Or our the tension between her and some of the party members. But then I feel like that's kind of a trap, almost like
he wants us to attack him.
Right, like he picked like he wouldn't have picked Romuald, right, to possess, because we would have had it.
If you guys want to roll insight checks as separate, you can about the situation.
Yeah, I'll roll one. It's not going to amount to anything.
I mean, it's up to you. I'm not going to.
Natural 20. Total 21.
Nice.
So, Orkfo, your instincts is there's like things you don't care about Tatiana, right?
Right.
He needed a vessel, and so less about I want you to attack me versus if I send a godhood and I need to keep one of these bodies, might as well be the one that they all hate.
Yeah.
Like if he was in Romuald's body, you all would be like, no, you can't take our friend's body, right? So there would have been no chance of negotiation. So he's part of it too is like Tatiana above table. There's other reasons, right? Tatiana had an item and that's why it's happening. But you can tell there's also a strategy behind it in that sense. On top of a natural 20 is you all maybe realizing while he might be being upfront with you, what the repercussions of him becoming a god is beyond your understanding, right? Mm-hmm. Nat 20, there's truth to what he said, Orpho, right? That he could rewrite existence itself. Mm-hmm. And instinctively, Orpho, you know that the weave permeates everything. Even you don't use magic, but the weave still touches you on a certain level. It affects the power of the gods, you as your spirit, your soul. There's a very, very unknown consequence to what that domino effect would look like. Maybe, I'm not saying that you need to be scared of it, but that would be an unknown and be the big question. I think based off everything you guys know and other rolls. But anybody else want to roll nat 20s or anything? But
Just while
or I say
we're,
nat 20s, but yeah,
roll nat 20s.
roll nat 20s.
While we're talking about like the motivations and stuff, like Orkpo doesn't mind, like he would not mind dispatching her like on face. He loathes her, but he knows Ramiel wouldn't want her to. He has a feeling Ramiel might have a trick up his sleeve somehow, some way. And just he knows Ramiel wouldn't want him to. And also he thinks she would be helpful in the fight against the Serac in a way that this unknown, power grabber above and beyond, like wanting to be a super duper lich, like probably would be worse than her strategically, but like he doesn't mind dispatching her on face.
I
So-
think that's for us to find out. Like dispatching her, does that dispatch him, or he's just like, well, let me go to another body, or let me
Yeah,
go
for
to
sure.
my own body.
Just
Um,
the thing of for me is the whole there are consequences that you understand, there are consequences that you don't quite understand, but you know that they are ones that you don't understand. And my brain is just coming up with the comparison of like we're high school physics students watching Einstein watching watching the Manhattan Project.
Yeah, watching
Go down.
Oppenheimer.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
God, that
It's like
movie.
None zero chance.
Yeah, so I mean, Tingles knows a fellow bullshitter when he sees one, or I should say, maybe an opportunist, right? When he sees one,
Mm.
and kind of instinctively doesn't trust opportunists, even though he himself is an opportunist, and maybe that's why, because he kind of, whether or not he is sensing that he has that sort of mindset, he's picking up on it and instinctively and inherently just kind of doesn't trust him, especially to just kind of pop out of nowhere and be like, hey guys, how about you help me get godhood? It's just like, what if I wanted to be a god?
So in that line of thought, right? You get the insight into that like that's why he has dispatched Romuel. He's claiming that anyone who could interfere, and you could take that a step forward, if there was anyone else here to try and grab that power, let alone interfere, it could be Romuel.
Hmm.
Also, with the Nat 20 Orkvo, beyond insight to the situation of like him as a person and like the grander things, there is a more fundamental thing you're picking up on. He is brimming with power. You all faced gods and demigods, and you all have spent plenty of time with Romuel, a man who can pull meteors from the sky, laying waste to armies if he wanted to. And your little eyepiece device that senses power levels explodes on your eye. It can't keep up. Sorry. But no, you would definitely sense his like his cocksureness is backed up with your nat 20.
this isn't just a man who thinks he's hot shit. Who's hot shit. He brought receipts.
Well, at least Orpho senses that receipts, right? Like
So above table meta, sounds like we have two choices, because attacking's probably not one of them. We can either stay out of his way and kind of try to stealthily follow him to whatever's going to happen, or we can say we're going to help him and decide later what to do.
there's three options on the table essentially: attack,
Yeah.
stand aside, or even ally. I'm not saying that's like you're taking any of those seriously, but those are what he has offered.
Right.
There's obviously,
Yeah,
you
but
know, things in between all that that you all can fuck around with.
yeah, obviously. So right, like eventually, I feel like the decision's kind of made. Eventually, we're going to attack it, but it's just kind of actually how and when. Tingles does not like that he's not. The guy doesn't want him going anywhere near Romul's body. Um, but I guess is picking up from Cadmiel that he's, of his terror and his sort of apprehension with this character, and so he's not wanting to just bust out and start fighting. Um, Quaylen, not so much. Quaylen's kind of just ready to go. Just pissed off that of everyone in the party, Quaylen had the closest
Hmm.
connection to Romuel, so this is a significant um, event for him. But he doesn't want to. I don't know if this is me not wanting him to do this or he not wanting to do this, but he doesn't want to pull a Star Lord with Thanos moment where he's like, "Where's Gamora?" And they have him almost with the gauntlet off his hand. And the whole party gets screwed as a result of his idiocy. Um, So standing aside, that's just us saying, yeah, sure, go ahead. And he goes somewhere and goes to attain his, like,
He hasn't
If I
explained
had
that
to
to you.
guess,
Yeah.
if I had to guess above table, I think we have pretty much approached the area that would happen. The literal statue of
Mhm.
Mystryl, I think, is like a magical nexus, is the best way I can put it. And the fact that he all of a sudden, like, there was the issue when we first got into Limbo, but now that he has chosen now to uh, take over her body, is we are very close. As in, probably just look off the side of the ship close.
There, just a little thing because it was
Quite
so
rapidly.
long ago. There was a moment that Tatiana told Romuald that she was a little confused by the voice in the statue or the in the staff because originally he was like, "I don't want to get anywhere closer to Serac," but somewhere along the line she didn't mention this to Romuald. Like he seems almost eager now to go to Limbo, and that was like a very change of pace for him. Just throwing that out there. That was for Justin's
so
memory
it
too.
sounds okay. So it seems like
Yeah.
we would not want to let him get to Limbo. But
To
he's
be
probably
to be
stupid
fair, that
powerful
was just
now.
a conversation between Romuald and Tatiana. None of you guys actually knew that. I don't think Tatiana.
We wouldn't know that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Ghosty Man, if we help you, what does that mean?
Depends if thou will step aside, stay where you are. All I need is here. And he gestures with the staff to the statue in the middle, but he says, the body of Mystryl. If you wish to join me, you just swear loyalty, and by your oaths, when I ascend, you will be granted the power of gods. So he has pointed out that's not just a statue. That's, according to him, the body of a god.
Yep, he intends to desecrate the corpse of a god long dead to become a god.
Can I lean into my natural 20 insight check to get a feel for like his connection to the staff? Like he's still bandying it about. I feel like it's like a focal point for him, I guess.
I'll give you this information with a nat 20. That's where he came from, right?
Yeah.
Whether or not he's tied to it, though, and now just completely
Right.
occupies Tatiana, nat 20,
Unclear.
that's, yeah, unclear, but most likely the staff is not much of the anchor anymore.
Gotcha.
Let's go ahead and pause there and step back over to Romuald. As the Badgers are looking at each other. What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
I don't know. What do you want to do today?
So, swear yourself either to me, or if you prefer, Azoth. He is a patron of wizards. But if you wish for our support to save your friends, hate for it to feel such a binding moment for you, but you would find yourself, if you've understood the stories of Elminster and the Seven, long life in my favor goes a very long way.
You need me to defeat Karsus.
At the heart of it, yes, you and your friends. As we cannot step foot into the weave there. But you also very much have our respect. We've had our eyes on you for a long time. I will put it bluntly. You would make a fine addition to our collection. All of us here, at one point, were mortals.
Servitude.
Partnership.
Limitations.
But you already understand the limitations. So what would change?
I've spent most of my life now, short as it may seem to a god, researching responsible ways to use dangerous magic. Use you in responsible ways. And if you permit a Sararak, then you understand at least that the only way to push the boundaries of magic is to keep researching new ways. I understand why you would want to put these limits on us. But you would just deny me the opportunity to safeguard that power against misuse. I feel like opportunity was stripped away from us.
Those limitations. Oh, go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say.
No.
Those limitations were put in place because of the catastrophe of Karsus himself. You understand that? We left it unchecked, and my predecessor had to take drastic measures to end his threat. You are able to touch the power of divinity by my permission. I think that's been more than fair to all those who practice in my ways. If it wasn't for Karsus, all those people would not have died. Netherese. Did you know that when Mystryl died, she sacrificed herself, seeing Karsus rise up, and with his crown attempt to wrestle away our rights? She took drastic measures to keep a brash, overreaching man to take what is not his. And when she sacrificed herself, indeed the weave was destroyed. But then Mystryl was reborn. I refer to the Mystryl before me. Instantaneously. And she kept aloft 4 of the cities. Did you know that? Saved 4 of the flying cities of Netherese in an instant.
If it wasn't for people like Karsus, then those flying cities would have never existed in the first place.
And I admired that. I loved that. We loved that. That power still exists in the world. That's what a lot of the practitioners don't understand. That magic is still attainable. The only limitations I have put upon them is overreach to divinity. Acererak built a god himself as a pet project, a god that did not challenge us. If he could build that within the bounds that I have lay, is that truly limitations?
I don't understand how no one could recreate it then. Every wizard since the fallen Netheril has grown up knowing that they'll never be as great as those who came before them.
What those scholars squabble and rage against is that I have closed the door to them attempting to take my crown. Is that not fair of me to protect what is mine that Karsus did not respect? If you join my servitude, I could show you to these cities. At their hearts are the most beautiful magic cores. I've looked upon them. I could show you how to recreate them, to power them. Or you can leave by your own measures and devices and live by your own means. There's limitations that I have set, and there's limitations of yourself. I offer to show you beyond what you're capable of, or what you think you're capable of. You live, as I hear it, in the belief that you cannot obtain what they did. I can show you that you're wrong. Your friends are standing in mortal danger every long second that we're here. The universe, existence itself, is in danger.
If you grant me your favor, then the Badgers can destroy Karsus. I don't have any interest in seeing history's greatest fool become a god. But I also don't have any interest in becoming your servant or partner. I haven't had any difficulties finding my own way. And while I am a wizard, I'm an evoker first.
Azov speaks up. Are you sure that's exactly what you'd like to do? I once was like you, Romeo. Mortal. Now, the one who chose me and raised me was, with all due respect, not this Mystryl. Spell plague took her. But there are all roads of possibilities underneath her service. You're just abiding by those rules that she's already set, but more than official channels. Are you sure you won't reconsider?
I expect to have more opportunities for you to make the offer.
He kind of smirks at that. Mystryl doesn't smirk. She kind of, she's been kind of like wandering the space. She turns back and kind of looks at you like dead in the eyes, truly for the first time. And you see beyond her existence, the weave, a power so strong that it's said that she's even more powerful than the creator of the universe, Ao himself. And he was so afraid of her and what she is that he had to put his own limitations upon her, and that she had to be shared. But the thunder and the source of everything is behind her eyes as she looks at you. Understand this, Romeo the Arcane. Whatever happens, make sure you stay within my boundaries. If you challenge me, I will burn you from existence in all timelines. And she fades away. And you're still there. The thread from your chest to the river Styx leading on. Another thread leading back to Toril and your clone. And there now is a third thread leading back to your dead body. What thread do you pluck, Romeo?
He'll go back to his dead body.
And you pluck that thread. All right, Badgers, back to you. Thou have had enough opportunity to make your choice. I am going to take thy friends, and I am going to get to work.
You're gonna take the what now?
I am taking Romil's body, and I'm going to finish my work. And when I am done, you may have him back. And he, as Tatiana reaches back with the spectral form, Romil's body kind of like comes like sliding out of the cabin and like rises up into the air suspended there. And he just like looks at all y'all. And then just Tatiana's form lifts from the deck. They begin to fly. He pauses.
You said that if we at least stay out of your way, you would leave his body so long as we do not touch it until you are done.
I do not trust thee to not attempt subterfuge after the conversation we just had. I still swear upon my people that you will have your friend back.
Buddy, I don't know you or your people. Wherever Romeo goes, I'm coming. I'm not stepping in your way right now, but I'm going to make sure you're true to your word.
Would you like to come and watch? Come. and gaze upon a work that no mortal has achieved before or ever since over the ages. And he begins to fly to the quote-unquote statue body of Mystryl, with Romul's dead body in tow.
Yep. Cadmail is sticking with Orkfu on the
Corpse protection program.
Tingle's Quaylen?
Yep, we're coming.
You watch as the Tatiana spectral Karsus look up at the body of Mystryl, a god slain, killed herself, dead, and body turned into Vadium itself. And now that you're closer and studying it, you do see there's one hand kind of almost like it's gripping something outstretched. But there's another one that's gripping what seems to be a hilt of something and is in her own stomach. Whether someone plunged it and she was attempting to pull it out, or she plunged it into herself. Mm. Karsus closes his eyes. And with the staff begins to paint runes into the air. You just see magic ripping through. It's almost like he's tearing this air itself when he paints the patterns, the arcane symbols in front of him. And then he begins to speak in a language none of you recognize. And the storm around you begins to rumble and start to move.
Real quick, Cadmail is gonna put on the mask.
And the storm begins to swirl and move violently.
Does this seem like he's casting a spell?
100%.
I really don't like this.
Yeah, I don't feel like anything I do is gonna turn out well.
Yeah.
Kind of just seeing where it goes.
And his voice begins to get louder and louder, and the storm begins to move inwards. Tendrils of this magic storm begin pulling into this runes carved out of the air itself, and it begins to glow brighter and brighter, and still he continues his chant.
So I might have a very, very stupid idea. Let me check what items I have tuned. I really don't like this. Above table, I am very strongly debating just going for it, because I think we are past the point of
So I always
being able to
say,
wait.
do what your character would do.
I think we should let him get through that portal.
I don't think
You
he's
do or
summoning...
you don't.
Do not.
Yeah, I don't think he's summoning a portal as much as this is like
Where
we are
you have
T minus 10
Let him
seconds.
finish.
you have debated a lot, and I'm going to pull it back into the narrative and keep it in character as he is chanting and the ritual's going, and the storm is now pulling faster and faster into the room. These runes carved out of the air in front of him.
Point of order, do I feel like my potion of psychic resistance has worn off?
What was the duration on it? Do you remember?
I think it's an hour.
Yes, because a short rest happened.
Oh yeah. I can't remember if I had another one. Seems like we bought 2. Anyways.
If it's in your inventory, it's there, but if not,
Yeah.
It's got to
It's
be
there,
done.
but I can't tell if there's a charge. Oh, it says used. Bye.
Got to be done. Cadmail goes for it. Draws his sword and attempts to behead Tatiana.
let us roll initiative.
Do I get to roll?
Not yet.
19 on Cadmail.
13. Quaylen. 19 on Tingles.
Also, I don't think I have Bardic Inspiration anymore. I think I used it at some point last session.
Bardic
They can
Inspiration probably
use
has a
it, right?
duration. I may or may not be going for like a Final Fantasy vibe for this last one,
Yeah, it's pretty.
or for this one. Yeah, I think Bardic Inspiration most likely. Well, it depends. Tingle, tell us how long Bardic Inspiration lasts. I honestly do not know, because a short rest has happened essentially. Well, a couple hours happened at the.
10 minutes.
Yeah, so inspirations are gone.
Yeah.
Now I have all my inspirations back, but now we're in initiative. So
This is no, we're good. So I'm trying to find the little wings thing to take off of you for the haste. There it is. All right. Karsus rolls initiative. All right.
Karsus better go down like a bitch.
Three of you guys rolled 19. Cadmiel goes first, as he is taking the decisive action.
Alright. Well. Cadmail will, exactly as I said, he's going to... Actually, can I use my first action to drink a potion of speed?
Oh yeah, remember potions are bonus action. Or no, excuse me, actions. Sorry.
Yes.
I recently
That's why
did
I'm
the first one.
specifying.
Yeah.
First
Yeah.
potion. Or first action, because potion of speed gives me haste, which gives me another action.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, I only get one attack with that second action, but we're gonna need it. So, what is it? I think it's the boot. And then walk up, float up,
as you move up, his hand immediately reaches out and points at you, and he turns. And he's just holding his hand at you, looking at you, and you see this weave pulling into the rune.
Going to go for a slash. Single slash with the moon touched.
He
dragon
twists
staff
his
away.
hand and uses reaction. You have now disadvantage on all your attack rolls, as the magic and the weave and the storm rips around your body.
I still got a 23 to hit.
Disadvantage, so it's a straight roll.
Yes.
I see 8 and a
No,
9 there.
I wasn't using advantage at all. That's a
Oh, that is disadvantage. Excellent.
yeah.
All right,
2d20
23.
bonus
23 hits.
one.
Go and roll damage.
18 plus 15. That's 33, I believe.
Okay. All right. Holds.
That is the end of my turn. So
Oh, well, something still does happen.
ooh.
As you swing your sword through the space, the power and magic of Bahamut in it, the storm reacts, and a wild magic surge goes off.
Oh,
And don't think has an effect for you as Cadmail. This is what it would have been. In case, for all I know, it's like maybe there's items you have and stuff, but that is
well,
the effect.
I do.
Yep. So this is where I say you guys might want to have a piece of paper and a pen, because every time a magic item is either used, like, oh, he hit you but you have magic armor on, a wild magic surge is going to go off. If you use a weapon that is even a +1, a wild magic surge is going to go off. It's going to get
Oh,
crazy.
This is gonna be fun.
Yeah, if you had
It's
more
funny
than
because-
one attack, Cadmil, you would have been doing a wild magic surge for every attack with that
Yeah.
sword.
Which the fun thing is, I forgot that I do have bonus actions available that are good. Question: is anybody planning on hitting with a ranged attack? Not a saving throw, a ranged attack roll.
I plan to, because it's kind of all I can do.
Okay. I was thinking that it would be like maybe a saving throw, but okay. In that case, I will hold off on what I was thinking of doing.
Tingle's Orkville.
And then next turn's gonna be real fun for me.
Tingles is going to do a level 3 fireball.
Just, you don't have to worry about measuring it. You're going to try and do it. Just catch Carciana.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Let's go and roll your damage. Dexterity saving throw. Rolls a natural 1. So they takes all the damage. And after so I should say, actually, to be fair, sorry, it's not every attack roll you're going to do. It's going to be at the end of your turn if you cast a spell or use a magic item during a turn, whether it's in every, like, being hit or doing it once. It's one wild magic. Just to correct myself on that, it's not going to be for every attack roll. So the end of Tingle's turn, you were,
I'm gonna-
just so you know, you were 1 away from getting the one where a fireball goes off immediately around you.
Cool.
But this is what happens to Tingles. You become invisible.
Oh, they can't hear me, so I can't even do my bonus action for Bardic Inspiration for anyone.
That's true. Well, no, to be fair, you can do your
It's at the end of your turn.
it's the end of your turn, so go and get your inspiration
Okay.
off. Yeah, in the future, it'll be tough.
Who's after me? Orkfo, you're getting inspired. You've been inspired. Yeah, you just see him disappear.
Fun thing is, a lot of, if I remember correctly, a lot of spells have select a target within range that you can see.
That's why invisibility is good. You can't really. It's a counter to spells. Also, you can't be counter spells because you have to see a creature if you're a spellcaster. Orkville, you're up.
I'm up. 5, 10, 15. Can I occupy this space?
Yep.
Cool. Let's see. Spellcaster, so I will recklessly attack. For a 29 or a 28.
29 will hit.
Cool. And I'm going to re-roll that one. So add 3. So, well, yeah, 23 slashing. And fire. 8 fire.
Okay.
So 31 if there's no resistances, and I'll go again.
Does not appear to be it.
29, 22 slashing, and 6. I'll re-roll a 1 for 8 fire. And let's see. I will use my bonus action. Roll a d4. It's a number 1, which I think. Scorched wind, hot air wind, pulled. All creatures large or smaller within 15 feet, so that includes CAD, are pulled within 5 feet until the
Sound like
beginning of
someone
next
farted.
turn. Yep. Yeah, but she's already within 5 feet.
Mhm.
Space within it's difficult terrain. The space within 15 feet, difficult terrain.
All right, Kaimon moved you. You just get pulled into Orkville as he powers up and it starts swinging.
And I think that's it. And then wild magic surge.
I just so you guys know, I actually to make it quicker, I made one of those wheels of all the
Yeah.
wild magic. That's what happens to you, Orkville.
Oh boy. +2 AC immunity to magic missile. Okay.
Quaylen.
There's some animals. I want to do the 2 brown bears. So we're bringing back space bears. And then
So brown bears, right?
yeah, what level do I have to cast this at to get the, I think 5th level spot 3 times. Right, what is it? Twice as many at 5th level slot, 3 times as many at 7th level. Do I have a 7th level? Yeah, actually we're gonna do 3 times as many at the 7th level. So I guess that would just be 3 bears. I guess. Because they're challenge rated 2. Yeah. And then
When you cast a spell using certain higher level spell slots, you choose one of the summoning options above, and more creatures appear, twice as many with a 5th level, 3 times as many with a 7th level.
yeah, so I did 7.
So, and normally it's 1 cave bear. Is that what it is?
It's yeah,
One, because it's a
challenge
CR2,
rating 2.
and then so at 7, triple, so 3.
So I
Perfect.
get triple, yeah.
Okay.
And then as my bonus action, I want a wild shape, I guess, into a bear as well. Why is it not showing my thing? Oh, here it is, way down here. Okay. Yeah, so I'm in a wild shape, but I have to. One.
All right, I got you a bear token. I just put a whole bunch of little colors on it so you know which one's you.
Okay. Brown bear is what I'm gonna do. Okay. Should I just roll for the?
I'm just going to put them right after you. So now roll right into your
Okay.
brown bear's attack.
Hey, there's a cave badger. That's kind of cool. Okay.
And one of them can be
That's-
like above, so they all can be within easy 5 foot of range
Okay. All singing 5 feet. Okay.
of
Fair enough.
Tatiarsis.
Okay. So just start from the top and like clockwise. Fair enough.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter in this moment. Yep.
Okay, so a multi-attack. We're gonna do bite +7, which is 23.
23 hits.
We have a baseline, 8 damage. Okay, then I'll do claws, which 11. I'm sure that misses.
Yep.
Okay, next one, bite. 16, does that hit?
It does not.
Okay, so we know it's between 17 and
20 something.
24 hits.
Correct.
Right, yeah, okay. 13. 20 hits, I assume.
One second, I'm checking something real quick. You are hitting, just so you know, you are doing half damage to them when you hit. Because though they're summoned by magic, it would say in there, and I don't see it, correct me if I'm wrong, that the attack by the creature would count as magical.
No, they
Yeah, so they're
piercing damage, slashing damage. Okay, so 20 hits though?
20 does hit. That is
Okay.
their
We
AC.
know 20 hits. That's the AC?
Yep.
Oh, God. Okay. All right. Final attack. So that was 12, half to 6. Final attack is 10. That misses.
Correct.
All right. They're all just going to hang out right on top of him.
All right.
Quaylen should not have wild shaped to a bear.
All right. Carciana. Uses a bonus action, and you see them turn spectral completely, even Tatiana's form. Though, just before they do that, to be fair, Tatiana rolls a wisdom saving throw. And rolls a total of 14. So she does not interfere with this turn in any way. So bonus action turns into a spectral form. Oh yeah, so I'm gonna say the stats for Karsus essentially are gonna have some weird things that are gonna feel alien. Just so you know, it's intentional, and it's not me just trying to fuck you over. But it's for those who are familiar, there's Matt Koval has a design team, and they even recently released it on D&D Beyond. I'm not saying it's official stuff, but it is something I took their design and I'm using it. So you'll see their action economy is different. Okay, just so you guys are aware, what they can do on a turn, because he has built, I think, practically like, oh, you want to do a boss fight without a whole bunch of minions? Here's a stat block that looks like that. So prepare yourselves. As she does bonus action to like a spectral form. And begins to kind of move away from you all. So there would be attacks of opportunities, but instead of you guys wasting them, for those who do it, immune to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. So I don't know if there's a reason for any of you that are immediately around them to attempt this.
I will attempt an attack of opportunity.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you do have that bonus damage on top of it. That's very fair.
So if I don't have disadvantage, that's a 29 to hit.
Let's see. It's most likely back, but let's see if it's like beginning or end of turn. Yeah, you're good. 29 will hit.
I'm going to ignore the slashing and just roll the bonus damage.
Sounds good.
10.
Okay.
I'll take 1 too for chance at fire.
Yep.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a reason for the bears to roll, but 29 will hit.
Okay. Am I still at advantage for reckless?
I'm pretty sure reckless. Yeah, every time I think I've discussed this, reckless always is like on that turn.
Cool. I was just thinking out loud. Oh, there we go. For 7 fire.
Okay.
Hey, where are you going? Get back here.
So when the bear, sorry, did you say the bear should roll too?
No, there's really no point wasting. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
You have chosen ashes. So be it. All right. Karsus's eyes flare with magic energy, and I need Cadmail to make a wisdom saving throw.
Alright. Cadmail will perform the saving throw. That sucks. I do have... Let me see if it needs a reaction, or if it's just a thing that happens. Indomitable. It's not a reaction. Yay. I'm just gonna use it and reroll the wisdom. That's a 17! I'm very iffy on that one. Let me check. Have I used my mask? Trying to find... Oh yeah, duh, the mask is down here. Oh, I forgot if I used the mask and I don't have it written, so I'm going to assume I did use it in the big
that
fight Chaos Beast.
Wasn't like I was
So,
doing a lot of
17.
like spell saves against you or anything. A lot of it was just like, there was a couple big saves. I feel like you would have marked it if you did.
I don't have a way to. There's
Oh,
no
you
darkness
don't?
thing on the book
Oh,
mask.
that sucks.
Yeah.
Roll a d10. 10 or higher, you have it. 9 or lower, you don't.
A D10? And if
Or
get
I meant to say a
10 or higher?
d20. I'm sorry. I meant to say a d20. 10 or higher.
That's a 12.
Cool. That means you have it, right? That's what I said.
Cool. Black Dragon Mask. If I fail a saving throw, I can choose to succeed instead. It needs my consent before I can fail.
You use the legendary resistance to succeed.
Yes.
All right, you as the eyes. There's these like, these kind of spectral magic chains appear and attempt to restrain you, but through mental will, you're able to kind of push them away and aside, and you are not restrained. With that, we'll focus on Orkfo. So here comes the first as raises the staff. That'll be a 17 to hit. Wait, no, excuse me, advantage because of reckless.
Advantage.
Much better. That will be 25 to hit.
Does.
Okay. You take 25 psychic damage off the first attack. Sorry, Karsus is a smart enemy.
Yep.
All right, at advantage, that will be a 19 to hit. Oh, no, excuse me. Yeah,
Miss.
19 to hit. Yep. So that's the second. And he just keeps shooting the same spell at you again and again. At advantage, that will be 22 to hit.
That's my current AC.
All right, 17 psychic. And then he blasts a fourth time.
Jeez.
Man, I rolled terrible with advantage. That's a miss. I rolled a natural 3 and a natural 2. All right. Sorry, I had to calculate their actual movement speed with the flying stuff.
I don't suppose we have ships in the turn order?
Oh no, I actually totally forgot about that. I actually forgot.
Only one ship has anybody on it.
No,
Did the zombie thing.
no, they're all. Yeah, everyone's staffed.
Oh,
Or
did we
crude.
do the zombie thing?
Mm-hmm.
I thought
Yeah,
we.
that was why we took part of why we did the short rest.
Needless to say, the ships would be in the turn order, except as you bark out your commands, they are not following your orders.
You're shitting me.
Well, excuse me. There's one creature that was not underneath the control of Tatiana, who is being controlled by Karsus.
Just calls out from the bombard.
I fucking knew it.
Load
But-
that ship.
He is a captain, right? He is that he can move the ship. Unfortunately, you don't have the crew to actually utilize it in this moment.
Could he just
You-
fly the ship?
He can fly the ship 100% though. Yeah. If you want to try.
Oh, what if he flies it into the statue?
This is your moment, Orvex.
Well, I mean, there's we can say
no, it's
Orvex is
fine.
on there. Yeah, there is a he casts Revivify on one crew member. So there's a crew member that's alive and is not undead on his ship, and he chose the captain of his ship.
On ship fuckery. Wow. Okay. Well, but Orvex is on ship fuckery, so
What are your commands, little tingles? That's from
I guess
Orvex.
that's scene from Rogue One.
I'll just make it 19.
Okay. So you guys, what? Quick. Do I drive it into the statue or do I drive it into the? If I drive it into Tatiana,
You all know by reputation that the statue of Vadium is indestructible except for the power of a god. You all know this as facts as characters, so
okay.
as much as I want to see you do that.
I know, right?
But your characters do know that information.
Where
Oh.
is
Gotta load up the Holy
Tatiana?
Avenger.
All right,
Where does
anything you would
Tatiana go?
way down here to southeast?
Okay, and how far can this ship go?
Not very far.
Well, it's just gonna start flying towards her.
Oh, I know. I'm just like, you tell me what the
Yeah.
stats are. Sorry, I don't want to keep. I don't, that's something you guys will have to keep track of. It should be in
Oh,
your
God.
inventory, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
It's in your extras. It's in your extras tab.
Oh, on Tingles. I was looking at the wrong one. Yes. God damn, 35 feet.
Yeah, they're not very fast.
Okay. 35 feet we go. And how do I turn this thing? Like tilt it towards, point it in the direction?
What I would say is, I'm gonna take the tip,
Just the tip.
and you do 35 feet. Technically, you can dash because you're not doing any like weapon attacks. So you can do 70 feet, and then I'll like move it for you. Oops, sorry, Orvex. And I'll position it. So there you go. All right. Brings us back to Cadmail and Tingles and Orkfo.
All right. Well, let's see, 90 feet, which is conveniently, thanks to haste, exactly as far as I can move. So Orkfo and the bear don't block me at all, right?
No.
Cool. Then I zoop. And from there, bonus action to do the fighting spirit. Every attack I make this turn, advantage, yada yada yada, and 15 temp HP for good measure. First attack splitting into 2 regulars.
Karsus
That's
will
a nat 20.
use their reaction, which is good. Well, excuse me, if you are rolling those normally, they use their reaction to give you disadvantage on all your attack rolls. So if those were normal, then it's now a disadvantage.
All right, let me roll the second time.
Well, this is
So
a
19.
this is a
Damn it.
weird thing. Now I'll just keep it simple. You split it, and we'll keep it advantage. Okay. There's a chance you couldn't I could like go down the rabbit hole of like, could you even split it if you don't have advantage on those attack rolls? But we're just gonna keep it simple. You split it, and then a disadvantage happens. Cool. 34 is a hit.
All right, sweet. So 34. So this is split into 2 attacks with disadvantage.
You keep track.
Okay.
All your attacks were given disadvantage when you began to attack.
Okay. So this, yeah, the 34 is the first attack that is split, so it's disadvantage. Which, is he still ethereal?
That's actually a good question. No longer. Yep, they're back to normal.
Cool. That is 16 plus 11, 27 damage. That is 19 to hit.
19 misses.
Ooh. And the rest of my attacks this turn are straight because they're all advantage.
Sounds good.
So, a 1, which is 24 to hit.
Yep.
15 plus 14, that's 29.
Okay.
19 to hit, which I think was already a miss last.
Correct.
23 to hit.
23 will hit.
17 plus 12, that's another 29. So that was using the extra.
Man, I'm sitting here thinking
Action
about
granted
wild
advantage.
magic stuff. Sorry. They did turn. I got to do a wild magic for her, or for them. Did I miss somebody else? We did Quaylen, and then it was them, and now it's on you. Yes, I don't think I missed anybody.
Something silence.
I'll continue. Carciana cannot be drunk.
Yeah. All right. So, fun little thing that I have. A little fun thing called Action Surge. I get 3 more attacks.
Excellent.
17 to hit. I'm pretty sure that's a no.
That's a miss.
32 to hit.
That'll be a hit.
For a total of 29 damage. That's like the third attack that's gotten 29 damage total.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Final attack of the round. That is 23 to hit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
12 plus 14. That's 26.
Love it. Anything else?
Nope, that is everything I can do that turn.
As you like finish your slashing, you're cutting through Tatiana's form, gashes, gashes, gashes. Beneath the spectral form of Karsus, Tatiana looks at you. Run. Tingles is up.
All right.
What did she say? Run?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
To Cadmail.
Tatiana said that.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. Maybe we do just run. Bye, Romeo. God damn, all the way down there. All right, well, you can still bust out a magic missile, and not. You know what? I'm gonna do another fireball, but I'm gonna shoot it like right past him so that I don't get Cadmill.
Okay.
I don't suppose there's anything you can do for Ramiel? Probably not.
Oh yeah, Cadmail.
Is
Oh, yeah,
Ramiel
the
like
magic.
just laying over here? Or is Ramiel still with Tatiana?
He's floating. You see his X on the map.
Oh shit!
He did.
I can just bring him back to life.
Like, how long would that take?
This is you,
though?
Cadmail. He has been dead for longer than a minute.
Yeah.
So Revivify wouldn't work, but you do have your other
Are you
abilities.
shitting me? No, I have True Resurrection.
Oh yeah, I'm saying like I don't know what your other abilities are. I just know Revivify
Oh,
wouldn't
yeah, yeah.
work. Yeah.
No, I don't have Revivify. I have True Resurrection and Raise Dead.
Just check their action times, but I think you're probably good as long as you have spell slots and
True Resurrection
resources.
is instantaneous. Yeah. And I saved that spell slot. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna bring him back. Romuel, you're close, buddy. You get to do something. Anyway, it was 31 damage, which I'm assuming is 1 less, because that's the same I got last time. 1
Oh.
less from triggering like a fireball.
they fail. Take the damage. Okay.
Wait! Quaylen's in fucking bear form.
Yeah.
He can't cast a spell while he's in bear form, can he?
Correct.
God damn it.
All right. Orcfo's up.
Hey, come back here. What is my speed? 50. Measure tool.
Oh, I learned. Remember, if you, or I don't know if I told you guys, if you click on your token and then start moving them, and then right click, that's how you do like the measurement stuff. Like you can move, and then when you're done, it'll move it to where you go. So left click, start moving it, and start right and hold right click, and it'll move the token at the same time.
Start moving it. and right click.
Yeah, like while you're
Cool.
while you're dragging with left click.
That is nuts. Nuts.
Yeah, and if you click, you can then
Um,
like turn direction and it'll do little points for you.
Are they still ethereal or did they turn back solid?
Turn back solid.
Okay. And a dash. Yep. And I'm trying to decide if I should action surge or not. Or if I should save it. Wait, I don't have action surge. Never mind. So that settles that. Go back here. I was here. No, I was here. I was actually closer, but yeah, I think I'm just gonna do that. I don't know what else I can do. Bonus action D4. Number 3 is Demonic Beast, Chaos of the Hunt. One random creature I can see within 60 feet. Advantage on attack rolls as a creature till the beginning of my next turn.
I do think we need to change that to a creature of your choice at this point.
Okay.
Boop.
I choose Creepy Boy. I don't think I can do anything else.
Okay. Quayland and the Bears. So I'll keep you because he disappears your turn order.
All right. So I think the best course of action was Quailin to use a bonus action to go back to Quailin form and go resurrect Romuel. So he wasted. Damn it! I hate that I wasted a wild shape, but and whatever. Okay.
I do think it's worth it.
Yeah. No. I mean, I'm gonna do it, but I just hate that I didn't think about it beforehand. All right. So I go back. How do I change my token?
This
Back
is
to
you.
Quailin? No. How do I?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized what you were doing. Just a second. You didn't have a bear one, and I didn't want the confusion of the elemental. So.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just go. Let me try this out. 10 feet. Use True Resurrection. I have the inventory, the stuff needed for it. And bring Romuel back.
Casting time 1 hour.
No, it's instantaneous. What are you talking about?
True resurrection, right?
No, yeah, True Resurrection. Oh, duration is instantaneous. I'm reading the wrong goddamn thing. Shit. Well, then I can't. Yeah, can Tangle still?
Yeah. The good thing is, like, you don't even need a body. So we can do that later as long as you live.
I was just trying to bring him back so we'd have him for the battle, but
Yeah, for sure.
all right. Well,
Please make an attempt to save the robe in the book at least.
okay. All right. Well, Quailin as a bear can move 40 feet, so I can move 80 feet, right? Just with dashing and all that.
Correct.
That's a really cool feature. Boom. All right. And then these guys are going to move 80 each. Boom. Okay. And that's my turn.
Spectral of Karsus just kind of starts considering you all. So be it. A vessel no more, but the spirit will be dismissed. Not. He raises the staff of a Sararak, staff of the Forgotten One, and with 2 hands, he breaks it. And there's a shattering of magic, of power and destruction. And the storm itself feeds it, escalating it to even more impossible power of destruction. I don't think it'll matter for the bears. There's a chance. Orcvo, Cadmail, I need you to make dexterity saving throws.
Does a 19 pass?
It does.
Ooh.
How about an 18? Hold on.
Danger sense would give you advantage. Oh, you reroll advantage. Yep.
I already did, but before you rule, I think I'm going to use my Bardic Inspiration. That's at a D12.
Okay.
I think it's a D12, right? Cool. 30.
And you did have one from this fight? I didn't give you the thingy, so I'm just making sure.
I did.
Okay. That's a
Yeah,
success.
I think.
You are about to
Tingle's
take
first
half
turn.
of the second highest damage roll I've ever done in a game.
Second highest.
Sorry, who takes half?
Oh, Jesus.
Holy fuck.
Orcvo and Cadmail take half of that. I guess it does matter for Quaylen. I forgot Quaylen's one of those bears.
139.
I'm still up.
Excellent.
Yeah,
So
I'm still up.
I forgot Quaylen, you're one of those bears, so I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as a bear.
As a bear?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because no matter what, it's gonna take you out of the bear, but
Yeah, you're doing the
So
save
what
as
is
the
the-
bear, but the spillover will be interesting.
What's the dexterity? What do I use for dexterity saving throw for the bear?
Well, it's a dexterity check if they don't have a save. Yep.
Which is +0. Fan-fucking-tastic.
A 19 was a success.
10. How about that? What's that?
So
That's
that's
a success, right?
so the bear has how much health?
34.
So 278 minus 34.
Oh my god. I think Quaylen just died.
Is 244 spillover to Quaylen's form.
Yeah.
which would
So
knock
I
Cadmail
do
down.
minus 84 because that's all he had left. And if whatever's left is more than his max HP,
Oh, yeah.
like that's out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, Quaylen's dead.
Again.
He's dead.
Which
Maybe we
HP
should
does he
have
have?
ran.
I mean, correct, JP, I'm thinking about your word that you're dead. Did you do the math? You're dead, right?
I'm
244 minus 80. What?
dead. 84 is 160, and his max HP is 135.
Yeah,
How much
once.
HP was he at before the blast?
He was at 84.
84.
That's after we subtracted from the Wait, no, we didn't do the bear. The bear's not in that.
So
Yeah, bear was 34.
84.
I saw the
plus
negative minus
34.
34 is not.
Okay, 278
278
minus 34 is
minus
244. 244 minus 84 is 160.
Oh yeah.
That's more
So
than
we did it.
135.
There we go. Yep. So Quaylen is dead. And Tatiana's form itself is practically destroyed. I don't have a token for Karsus in this form, but the remnants of the body is just a spectral form of Karsus now.
All right.
Romuel, you feel the thread behind you, and you choose to return. Mystra, Azoth are gone, and then the stars just like are gone, and gasp for breath. Tingles Romuel next to you just
Oh fuck!
Romuel, you see runes carved out of the air, storm pulling into it and into it and into it. The overwhelming power of the weave. Romuel, in this moment, can harness the power of the weave and restore all of your friends and allies.
What?
Another layer to that is if you want to try and reach beyond that and begin to attempt to master this old weave for yourself and take one step closer to divinity. You can narratively master the weave and restore your allies. There's no roll. Pulling farther into that, though, there would be an Arcana check if you want to take a step closer to divinity as you attempt to master the weave, but you feel the potential. You see the weave for what it is, the source behind everything. And this is a different weave, but even the gods use it to bring people back, to heal. It's a little railroady, but you can bring your friends back without an issue. My biggest question for you is if you attempt to push farther.
So as Romuald's waking up, and he's going to look around first and kind of take in everything that's happening around him. He can see everything down here, right? Like he could see Quaylen's body and
Yep. You see the fractured remnants of Tatiana's body. You see Karsus inhabiting it. More him than her now.
and then he will turn to see this pulling of the weave around the statue. And he's going to try to use it to try to undo some of what just happened and alter the events to bring everyone back. But as he's doing it, and he can feel the power his eyes kind of will roll into the back of his head, and he will push further.
Go and give me an Arcana check.
<sighs> 26.
You have failed. And a part of the weave pulls into you, and you feel the power. And you see your friend, and you feel divinity within it. And in this moment, you grant it to all of your allies. And in this moment, you guys are going to get the ultimate Skyrim level up, as you're all now level 19, fully restored by Romiel in this moment.
Holy shit.
Do we get the
So, like-
effect of a long rest?
Correct.
Oh.
Fuck yeah.
So, we'll just chill for a minute while you guys figure that out.
Ooh, I get an ASI. I wonder what I'm doing with it.
Pete.
Real quick, just does anything immediately happen because I fail?
I'll get to it narratively. You're not dead. I'll just tell you that
Okay.
much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everyone
You're not
get
dead
that out
yet.
of the way.
You're dead again.
And you're getting the full benefits to Romuel. You're leveled up, full rest.
Well, now I have action surge.
Oh, you didn't have it before? I was half listening.
No. Question about my dragon vessel. Like,
Mhm.
would that have refilled my potion?
Items like that wouldn't occur. This is more about abilities and HP kind of
Yeah.
thing. Yeah. I don't think
I'm just wondering
items.
'cause,
Yeah.
like, it's like it says it recharges at like dawn. and,
Well,
you know,
well, yeah.
space.
I would say this. It would recharge. That I'm fine with that. It's like you still have to like use it. I'm fine with your items resetting too on top of it.
I shall return in a minute because I gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a little break too, if that's okay.
Yep, totally.
So are we going to come back at
Yeah, let's go ahead and call it an official 10 minutes. Yeah, let's do 10:26. Boop, boop.
back? Oh, 19's an AS silo. I wasn't expecting that.
Yes.
I'll explain it once everyone's back, Justin. But are you here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes.
You have failed at an attempt for divinity. This is the penalty I imagine. Let me know if this is okay. You can the attempt was a failure. So you have pulled in all of this brimming magic and it's now contained within you. If you cast a 9th level spell, Romil dies.
Oh. Oh. Immediately?
That was my imagine for trying to, without it being like an immediately kill right on the spot. It's, all right, you have a nuke walking inside of you now. And that's after a first failure. I'm open for negotiations. We can make it a save or something if you think that's too cruel. Like, this is, it's a conversation. Yeah, I don't know Gale's story enough, but essentially, instead of an object or whatever, right, he has like an object or something. It's really just the power of this weave inside of you.
Well, what I mean by immediately is, like, if I cast Time Stop, do I still get those 2 turns?
Well, yeah, there might be like weird scenarios like that. Like, yeah, if you did Time Stop, I think that'd be fun to see you do 2 turns and see what happens. Just so you know, though, your contingency plans, like Romul's soul's destroyed, right? This is not you. This is a different kind of. This is a permadeath for failing to attempt to capture the power of this weave and the power of a god, and trying to master it.
By the way, I don't know if that's too much.
It is. Again, this is a conversation. I'm just letting you know what I think the stakes are. You know, another wrinkle to it is that you can try again. But then that becomes a failure becomes an 8th level. And then another failure becomes 7th level.
Eventually, you'll just not be able to cast Identify without it being an insta-death.
To me, that was interesting for failure in the whole classic. I try and, become a god and fail, right? Rather than just like, and you burn the crisp. But if you want to make it like a con save or something, like there's still going to be a penalty, right? So if you can think of something or if you want me to adjust that, this is a conversation. But that's the full picture of it. I also thought you should know if you're, looking at spells and stuff.
Yeah, that definitely will dictate what spells I'm picking. Well, it won't matter for this fight.
Are you okay with those parameters? Like, again,
that's very fair.
Okay. Because also I know you've mentioned like you don't mind if Romul takes a tragic story, right? So I also like that baking it in there, like you could do an ultimate sacrifice if you wanted or something.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, is it actually like an explosion? Or is he just dead?
It'd be we would cross that road and got it, but I wouldn't punish your fellow players for that. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah.
Netherese orb.
Yeah, in my mind, like it's like, oh, things are bad in the future, and you need to do a 9th level spell as a last resort. Usually people are holding on the 9th level spells anyways, right? As last resorts, or like as the big card to play. and it'll just have a lot more emotional weight around it for Romuald.
But yeah, that's all. That's definitely fair. I mean, I knew if I was given the opportunity, I was going to do it. I decided that
Mm-hmm.
quite a while ago.
And again,
Because
your chances aren't done. Just throw that out there.
Right.
Sorry not to keep teasing you and tempting you with it, but I just feel it's very appropriate for Romuald, and I don't want it to be a one and done. So there's like one penalty now for it.
I do, yeah. Because and this is maybe just me, but I feel like that is like the flaw of wizards, like as a class. If they have a character flaw, then
Grasping for power.
yeah,
Like
it
kind of
should
classic,
just
yeah.
be that if you throw power in front of them, they ought to take it.
Yeah, I think that's always the temptation, right? It's always a good theme for
Yeah,
temptation.
I think you wouldn't be a wizard if you weren't obsessed with it in some way. Because
Mhm.
otherwise, why wouldn't you just do something else? It's like being a barbarian, but
Mind.
difficult to anger person.
Yeah, ever since, and I know you probably weren't like seriously considering, but I always remember how you said at the end of Lost Mind, you're like, I thought about just walking away, and like it seemed like you like half considered that seriously. I'm like, ooh, Justin's okay with like tempting his character, so
If well, at first I was gonna bring that up if it was gonna be one or the other, then he would have just chosen to resurrect everybody. But I would have thought long and hard, and I was gonna bring
oh,
that
that'd
up.
been tough. Oh yeah,
It's just been like he remembers the time
yeah.
in the Lost Mine. Yeah,
Oh, that would have been a
but
good. Yeah, I'm trying to get better as a DM, not doing binary choices. Like kind of make it more a little bit more gradual, or like here's a guaranteed success, but here's the extra
yeah,
carrot on the stick.
but yeah, if it. I just imagine if he starts to do it and then he feels it, then I just can't imagine he would have stopped.
Yeah.
So yeah, he deserves not to cast 9th level spells.
Does he deserve to go again? That's what I'm curious to find out. Okay, is everyone back? Do we got a JP back? I know everyone's probably still looking at choices and stuff, so just holler when you're leveled up and back and ready for me.
Oh yeah, man, it took me so long to find a spell that I wanted.
And then all I would want to know is does Romuald know this has happened to him?
Yes, you would feel that, right? As I've kind of
Okay.
described ninth level as being touching divinity, you would feel that power that you attempted to control now wrapped around that part of you. And knowing that like you can use it, well then it's going to release everything you were just unable to wrangle.
And clone wouldn't work or any of that, like you said. Soul's just kaput.
Yeah, it's a moment that you'll just be completely like just be erased. Not Mr. Erased from the timeline, but
She did promise.
in all fairness, this isn't Mystra doing this, right? This is yeah. I really respect you going for it. A lot of people really do just take the safe option. I love that it gives credence to Karsus's worry too, right? He's like, I think this guy's gonna try and take it. Love it.
I have a question about my max HP modifier. Did we do like Hero's Feast or something?
I mean, you probably did at one point, but I don't.
Yeah.
Wait, no, you guys did it before the Chaos Beast fight. I'm pretty sure you guys
Yeah,
prepared
we did a
properly for
Chaos
that.
Beast. Didn't Chaos Beast wipe all the magic effects that we had on at the time.
Oh no, that's true too. Yeah, so that max HP would be gone also.
Gone.
Gone. Try to bring down the pace a little bit while we're waiting. And I definitely, as you guys see, I shaped a lot of narrative around Romul's choices and stuff. I definitely, Justin, went and did find as much Final Fantasy music for you. Player service. Obviously, I get a kick out of it too. JPU hanging in there, leveling up.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah. I'm trying to pick a feat, and there's just so many to pick from, and I don't.
Yeah, same.
I'll give you guys this option. We could either do pick an option, get through the fight, and then you guys have leeway to kind of like change your decision so we can jump back into it.
If we
Or
do that, can I just take the ASI until?
no, that's fair too. That something simple. Or if you want 1037, we could end it here with this dramatic moment and then pick up with the proper fight against Karsus with you guys at level 19. I'll leave that to you guys. I'm fine going to 11, but I know also you guys, it's been a lot, and I know you guys can kind of fade off towards the end. But if we want a taste
I
of
think
it,
Romuald should just at least cast Meteor.
I mean, that's fair though. Let's get you into the initiative order. And
Do
I'll
you want me
and
to roll?
yeah. You're here. You're in it. You're in it to win it.
13.
Okay. So, any hard opinions? Anybody like, yeah, I would like to tap out because I know that's not a criticism. Sometimes folks are just that tired, and I know it's a lot for you guys on Mondays. We could end with like a narrative of what it looks like, what Romuald just did. Do you want me to continue? I'm happy to continue. Does anybody have a hard opinion?
I'm good to go another turn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good to
Yep.
finish
Cool.
out at 11.
All right. Let's get into
Yeah,
it.
I'm just rethinking my choice because there is a couple of feats that are pretty decent that I'm actually strongly considering.
Yeah. Again, try and if make a decision. Remember, you're not being held to it. After this combat's done, then we can switch it.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, does. Okay, Romuald is on his turn. Okay, or not on his turn, but he rolled initiative. Yada yada yada.
Yeah, we're pretty much just wait for you to pick your feet and say you're ready to go.
I shall go with this one. So, yeah. Order it. Done.
Excellent. Romuald, how much would you like to describe what everyone sees? Or would you like me to take the narrative? But I want you to describe it if you're feeling in the mood.
Yeah, so he reaches in and he starts pulling from this power at the same moment that everybody's reawakening. It's, like I'd said before, his eyes kind of roll back into the back of his head and he'll tense up and push further. And as it surges back at him, I'd like to think he pulls away for a moment, but it's like it pulls his arm back in until he can pull away.
do you think Tingles is close enough to see this moment of Romuel? Like Tingles is feeling this power brimming and kind of can see in your body language of you reaching a little farther. And
Especially,
grabbing,
especially he's a high level spellcaster as well, and so I think he would be able to recognize kind of what he's done.
Yeah. And like through that, the storm of magic was going through the runes that Karsus carved. But then you watch as half of it splits off and starts going in the Romuel. And then from that, there's like the explosion of energy hitting you all, his eyes back as he's pulling it in with his hand. And you're all feeling the burst of energy, another step, divinity, getting more and more closer in your own ways to it. And a portion of it goes in and out of Romuel. And as he kind of releases for a second, from his, tell me if you're okay with this description, he's glowing with it. Lightning from the storm is crackling around his body, but not just around from his body. It's almost like he's a nuclear reactor himself. It's like pouring out of him. Skin kind of cracking a little bit. Magic, the weave itself, threatening to rip Romuel's body apart. For those who, I think you all were here, but just so everyone knows, above table, me and Justin's conversation was, penalty for failing is that he can cast a 9th level spell, but if he does, Romuel dies. And it's not a, oh cool, we can go back to a clone. It's, no, Romuel's existence is just destroyed in that moment. But he also knows that the temptation's still out there to try again. So that was Karsus's turn. I did update his token, but he is now spectral, mostly him, and there's still like the head, like half a head of face of Tatiana within him, and like parts of her hand and parts of her bones. It's almost like she's suspended in his form now. It's just small remnants, but her eyes still turn.
Did she get restored at all from the spell?
I guess that's fair. Do you want to restore her?
Yes.
I'm totally fine with that. Yeah. So that's what it looked like, Cadmiel, to your face. And then you see her form like reforming. And now she's full and whole again. And Karsus is still back to that form. I did change his token to Karsus just for simplicity now, showing what you're truly fighting. And so then it's back to that kind of spectral form hanging onto her. Shitfuckery's turn.
Let me go back to mine. Okay. 35 feet and still way down there. It doesn't do the distance thing, but ships. Okay. So. Yeah, right there. Okay. Dunka. Yep, that's it.
Cadmiel.
All right. Well, you know what's going to happen.
Oh, I'm really sorry. I just have, there's so many moving parts. There's an extra layer to this for Karsus. As the magic from the explosion fades, the storm itself becomes alive and magical, and he pulls and manipulates it. I'm really sorry, guys. I'm not trying to debate you. I definitely just... and parts of it come forming into spells themselves, manifest and alive, moving. There are 4 new tokens of spells made manifest.
Well,
Continue with your turn, though, Cadmiel.
all right. Step 1, Fighting Spirit, advantage and 15 temp HP.
Okay.
So, split the first attack into 2. Does he give me disadvantage?
I don't think so, but give me 1 second. There is something they might be able to do. All right. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. He does use a reaction. I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
20 total.
20
Artificially.
total. That is a failure.
Hmm.
You go for the attack. So I need to do a measurement. And he looks at you in Tatiana's form. They just now are not even using a staff or anything. He just kind of like squeezes and you feel your form as you go in for your attack and you disappear. And your attack is now at Quaylen
Oh,
as you're teleported back.
question.
Mhm.
Or 2 questions. First question. What's Quaylen's AC?
It is like 32. No, it's 14.
14. Okay, then no matter what I do, this is gonna hurt. So 12 plus 6, 18 damage. That's actually the lowest roll I've had all day.
Wow, yeah, that's very convenient. And above table, because again, you see there's no legendary actions, right? For this creature. The flow is going to feel different. He has 3 reactions he can use. Okay. So that's going to be a different feel for it. So, but that is
Alright.
one of his reactions. And that teleported Cadmiel there. 1 swing. You accidentally hit Quaylen, but your turn continues.
Oh, darn. He is just outside my, my reach of the 45 from my intelligence mod. So, gonna use
Well,
the,
you're hasted still, right, with speed? Because that will still
Oh,
double
yeah,
your
duh.
fly. Yeah.
So yeah, I just roll back up.
Where were
What's
you?
up? I'm back on my bullshit. I'm going to replace the second attack that I would make normally with a grapple.
Ooh. Okay.
So I'm 23 is my athletics check on that.
He is grappled. You grab a hold of him.
All right. And now my next 2 attacks are at advantage. It's a 34 to hit.
Normal advantage, right? You're not doing it because of the grapple condition.
Exactly.
Cool. Yeah, making sure.
It's just because I still have fighting spirit up.
Because you're just cool like that.
Exactly. So 14 plus 12, that's 26. It's 33 to hit. 14 plus 16, that's 30. And then an extra attack because of haste. Unless he has a reaction he's going to use.
He's not.
Okay. That's a 23 to hit. 15 plus 7, that's 22. And would you look at that? I have Action Surge.
Action surge.
That's 28 to hit. 15 plus 10, that's 25. So that's 26 to hit plus, or for 19 plus 9, that's 28 damage. 26 to hit. 17 plus 7, that's 24 damage.
Okay.
And thus ends my turn.
All right. All right. Okay. Tingles, your turn is up.
Still invisible or have pink bubbles coming out of my mouth or something?
Have you? I think you. I don't remember if you did that before. I'll just say
I guess-
it's your choice. I guess I can't remember if you cast
Well,
something.
Justin brought me back.
I don't
I
mind
didn't
the.
do anything with
If you haven't done anything since the effect is up, I'm totally fine with you still having the invisibility.
I was just curious because I also saw you.
Oh,
said that I had,
Cadmail,
like, pink
sorry.
bubbles coming out of my mouth.
No, that was Cadmail actually. He couldn't
Oh,
speak
Cadmail.
for. Yeah.
Okay. But I guess with Justin giving us a level up.
Cadmail, you.
The one
This
speedy
is-
boy.
This is the wild magic surge that hits you. You are frightened by the nearest creature until the end of your next turn, which would
Well,
be
that's it.
Karsus.
Yeah. Do.
I'm actually doing a retroactive one for Karsus when he broke the staff.
Would that be considered using a magic item?
When he broke it, yeah, 100%. Okay, funny enough, he is also invisible. I'm not going to do any retroactive like re-rolls or anything like that, but he is now invisible.
So hold
Well,
up.
what if
Does that mean that I can't be afraid of him because he has to be visible? Yeah, I have to see him. Like, I'm still...
It doesn't say by
frightened.
sight. It does say you're frightened by the nearest creature. So it doesn't really necessarily say by sight. So
Yeah, but I think the frightened effect says that while the creature you're frightened by is...
oh, that's
within
fair.
sight. Let me actually just do a quick look up real quick.
Mm-hmm. I think you're right.
While the source of fear is within line of sight.
Yep. So
So
you are not frightened currently because he is invisible. Mhm. Excellent. Tingles.
can I shoot a fireball in the general direction where I knew he was?
Sure.
Like the same spot that I shot before? And just be like, yeah, he's probably still over there.
I mean, you'll
There-
hit them, but I'm
There's
assuming you're
two of
okay
us
with
right
that.
beside
Yeah.
Oh, you're on either side of him? Why did you guys do that?
That way he has no choice where to go.
I didn't know
Go
he
on.
was going to attack me for 230 something damage.
Oh, you stay in front so I can shoot behind. Well, magic missile it is. Okay. Yeah, magic missile. Fourth. level. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, so 6 total. So what is it? 64 plus 6. Well, I can't see him.
Oh yeah, if you're doing magic missile and requires sight, it does not work.
Hold on.
Just do fireball. We're big
Yeah, that
boys.
you
We
can
can
see.
handle it.
I'm pretty sure most of your spells are going to be by sight, unfortunately. And you
Yeah.
might not even be within range for magic missile, to be honest.
I'm like just within range. I could always move
Ah.
forward just a little bit, and I would be within range.
Yeah,
But
that was-
hold on. Hold, please. No. There's no way to get it to where it's just touching his square, huh?
No, no way.
Like, look at that. It's not really touching their square.
It's no. Not in their current setup. Nope.
That's fine. Alright, well, you fuckers did this to yourself. But I'll do it at a lower level instead of what I was going to do it at.
Sorry, we have a player who invested a whole class in be able to hit somebody like that without touching allies.
That's true. I just don't have anything that I can do that would...
Yeah, this is more a time for buff spells probably. And inspiration.
Oh! Wait. Yeah. What's that spell I always cast on you?
Foreskin.
Is it foreskin? It is foreskin. But I have to touch him. God damn it.
Give it to
You have to
play.
touch my
or
foreskin.
Give it to Romuald.
No, I'm not wasting that on Romuald. Advantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and saving. I guess so. Do a lot of your
Well,
spells have attack rolls, or is it more like wisdom saving throws or something?
Is it all ability checks?
Pretty much every
It's-
D20 roll is at advantage.
Yeah. Attack rolls, ability checks,
Everything.
and saving throws. Would that like really benefit you? Because it's a 9th level spell. And I
Jeff,
only
just
have
so you know,
one
I think we're
level
picking up a
spell.
little bit of your background noise.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, it would be a better benefit for the melee. I'm not going to be
Yeah.
using it combat wise. I guess I'll just say that. If you give it to me,
Fuck.
you could use advantage on Arcana checks right now, though.
Ooh. Sorry.
Wow.
I'm so excited. When he said,
What does Arcana use?
the reason why he's saying that is because he has the ability to keep reaching for the power of a god, which is a DC 30 Arcana check. So he's like, if you want to give me advantage on all my checks, you know, he's got that fish in the
Well,
back of his mind.
I can give him bardic inspiration, that's for sure. I don't, so I can give you aid, but I can give you aids, but it does.
We're now changing that spell to AIDS for tingles.
I give you aids.
Roll a D60 die.
It doesn't do anything on Arcana. It's like Constitution, Strength, Dexterity, Charisma, Intelligence, Wisdom. Yeah, it doesn't do Arcana. Okay.
You don't need to buff the Arcana. It's not going to functionally help us. That's
Advantage
Wait,
is
sorry,
pretty good.
Sorry, I was thinking enhanced ability. Aid is your spell bowl spell.
No, enhance ability would work because it enhances skill checks.
What do you mean it enhances skill checks?
Right? You said enhance ability is what you were looking at. So
Yeah.
his Arcana check is an intelligence check. So if you give
Oh, okay.
him the Fox Cunning, he would have advantage on that check.
Oh,
And if you give him Bark Inspiration,
it's a concentration spell though, so it's like I can't do anything else concentration wise.
I'm going to throw this out there just so you understand the situation. Romuald could attempt to become a god right now. And so I'm not saying you need to
Okay.
do that for him. I just want to make sure you as the player know what was at stake. So if you could make your whatever's the most best choice for you, but I'm just making sure you understand like what it could mean
Could
for
contribute to
Romuald.
the greatest act of heresy in Cormyrian history.
That true?
I mean, Tangles doesn't really give a shit about that.
That's true too. It could be.
It's weird.
I just wanted to point out on my next turn, I was gonna join the fight.
Okay.
So if I don't want you to throw anything at me and waste anything.
Well, fine, fuck it. I won't do that.
Sorry, Jesse. You said it. I was like, oh, I'll see what we can do. I'll see if the chicken him in there.
Well, no, I'm saying if I would have had foresight, that yeah, that's what I would have done. But I don't think you should do that. I'm just saying that that's what I'll do if you do it.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
if you get it, then that would really help us out in this battle and future battles, right? Unless you're just like, I'm leaving. Bye, bitches.
I'll be honest with you. I don't even know what the ramifications will be.
Yeah, I have no idea what's gonna happen. I don't want to waste too much time talking about it, but
I mean,
this
this is
the
one of the craziest plays ever for your guys' as characters and stuff. So I don't mind you guys talking about it to death, but I want JP to just do whatever you sounds most fun to you and or strategic. That's totally fine.
What? I want to give you a shot at being a god. That sounds kind of cool.
I mean, Bardic Inspiration helps a lot.
Because I do think Tingles and that's fair too, a Bark Inspiration could go a long way on its own. You
Would
did
have
see,
probably saved me that last roll.
as you've seen with yourself, Tingles, right? That thirst for power, the temptation. You definitely saw that narratively with Romuald in that moment and his failure. So I do think there is precedence narrative too for you wanting to support him in that if you felt inclined
Yeah.
to.
All right, I'm gonna give him enhance ability, second level. Because any higher, it's just adding more creatures to it. So foxes, cunning, or whatever. So you have advantage on intelligence checks. Okay. And then I'm gonna give you bardic inspiration. You've been inspired, bitch. And that's the end of my turn.
Orkville?
Ooh.
Actually, spell.
Thank you.
Wild Magic.
Thank you. Thank you. You begin to glow with a bright light. Anyone within 5 feet of you, Tingles, is blinded. You're just like a glowing little popsicle now. That's a wild magic surge from you casting your spell.
Oh, even if I don't like do damage to him, it'll just like cast a spell. So it's...
Someone could just pretend swing their sword and it would probably trigger pretty much anything. Yep. It doesn't have to be attack roll. It's just magic being
Oh,
touched
shit.
in any
Okay.
way with any sort of mechanics is gonna. I'm sorry I'm making you glow, but it would have been funny if you did a fireball and then broke concentration on yourself. All right, Orkville, you're up.
All right. So you said you'd be okay if my dragon potion was ready.
Well, you need to use your thing to make the potion. Like
Gotcha.
the item itself is recharged, right? But
Okay.
now you have to use it in this moment.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I will attack. Trying to decide if I want to do it recklessly. Yeah, screw it. I'll go reckless. I think that would have succeeded, but a 30 hits unless the AC has changed. 22 slashes. And fire. Reroll my 1. It's a 2 instead, so add 1 to the last
Mm-hmm.
number. Going again. Good thing I did. 19 is not.
Yeah, 19's a miss. Also, this isn't the same form you guys were fighting before, to be fair. Just so you know, things are different, and ACs might be different.
Okay. I'll go ahead and roll my d4. See what happens. Number 2, red spikes, 10-foot square that you can see.
Do you want it to hit you or Cadmo?
Me.
There you go.
And 2d8
Oops.
piercing damage.
Okay, I'm drawing that instead.
I'll go ahead and roll that if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
For 9 piercing damage, and I will half that to 4 for myself.
All right.
And I think that's it.
After your couple swings upon them, after Cadmel returned and did all of his swings, Karsus is going to use one of his villain actions. New mechanic. These are different from legendary actions. They're more powerful, but they're not as abusable. Okay, just so you guys know. I need Quaylen, Cadmel, and Orkfo to make dexterity saving throws.
Can I see this effect?
Yes.
Even though he's invisible?
Yeah, it's more, in this case, it's more, that's actually a very good point.
It doesn't matter. I rolled a 20. On
Fair
the
enough.
first one.
I got a 19 nat, which is 21 total.
So 24 total.
All right. Quaylen also. Oh, you rolled a 6. 21's a failure, and 6 is a failure.
Oh.
Cadmel and Quaylen, you take.
You know what? I have an idea. There's how many charges of Indomitable do I have? You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna use one. Nat 20, baby. Nope. That's worse.
Gotcha. All right. The two of you take. Jesus Christ. 56. That's a lot of 9s, even though there's a 1 in there, and an 8, and a 10, and a 6. You both take 56 necrotic damage. Orkfo, do you take any as half?
If it's half, then it's 28.
Yeah, you take half of that necrotic damage, Orkfo, and then
So
half it
22.
again. Because he's raging. And then what happened...
Spell or just like something that happened?
This is something that happens, and this is a new mechanic called Villain Actions. It's very powerful. It's supposed to be kind of shock and awe because, also, be glad some of you guys aren't in range, Quaylen and Cadmel, and it's happened to Orkfo too, but Orkfo, you pushed through it and broke them. A magical force cage wraps around you, and it's like brimming with a little bit of necrotic energy. Seems to be touched by Tatiana's abilities. The two of you are restrained from this villain action. Okay.
So Quaylen took the full 56 though, right?
And restrained, correct.
Restrained. Okay.
All right. One of the animated spells turns. comes here, and you've seen lightning bolt before, I'm pretty sure. As you see, this is a living version of lightning bolt, and it will mimic the spell of lightning bolts towards Romuel and Tinkles. He is casting a spell.
Oh, can Tingles use counter? Oh,
You
no,
can-
he can't because he used his bonus action.
No, it's a reaction. You haven't used reaction.
Yeah.
Yep.
But also, isn't it 60 feet?
Well, it's this creature here. I think he's good. This creature is a living
Oh, this
lightning
one,
bolt and is
okay,
casting a
okay.
lightning bolt from itself, essentially.
Yeah, for some reason, I heard it, but my
Hmm.
brain still went, yeah, no, this is coming from Karsus.
No, you're good. So do you counterspell, Tinkles?
Yeah, why not?
That's
Excellent.
a little bit of the...
Third level spell against a third level spell. You cancel the effect.
I just love thinking of the idea of, oh yeah, you counterspell the creature. It goes
Yeah.
away.
You counterspelled a living embodiment of that. This creature here is going to move. Oh, to be fair. Sorry, I gave them way too much movement because I think he was here. He still would have cast a spell at you guys and would have nicked you, but he would not have gone that far. My apologies. Click. So he would have been like right over ship fuckery when he blasted at you, then counterspelled. All right. Moves up. This one seems to be a living embodiment of the Cloud Kill spell.
Oh.
All right, so it begins to cast its version of the spell. I don't think anyone's within range to counter it.
How far is it?
It's beyond 60 of Romuel. Unless one of
Feels
my...
bigger.
Guess.
Yeah.
Guess who else has counterspell?
Oh, yeah? Fuck yeah. I was going to say, unless one of you guys got it.
Let's
Fuck
go
yeah.
for it. Only question I have is
Uh-huh.
I don't have a spell save DC. Because
Well, the counterspell doesn't need a spell save DC. What the weird thing is, what is your spellcasting modifier, which doesn't matter in this moment. How are you counting counterspell out of curiosity?
it's in the spell storing ring.
Ooh, so it depends on who put that in there. All that's set by whoever put it in the spell storing ring.
Okay.
Like if it was Romuel, yeah, in the future, that's kind of how we set that. But it doesn't really matter in this case because it's a third. Wait, no, Cloud Kill might be higher actually.
Fifth.
Does-
It's fifth level.
It's a 5th level. I don't know what.
Yeah.
I actually don't know the actual level of Cloud Kill. I think you're good, but let's just double check. 5th level spell, and you counterspell the Living Cloud Kill spell, bringing us to Quaylen and Romuel.
Hell yeah.
Very cool. Very cool.
Okay. Quaylen's all the way down there.
Wait, do these living embodiments of the spells get the wild spell effect? Wild
Oh, yeah.
effect?
That's fair. Yeah, I think so. Oh, yeah, and also my 2 counterspellers, you also get it too. So let me just do it in order. Thank you. So, Lightning Dude. Turns into a sheep. I'll just make him very small for now. As Polymorph is cast on itself.
Yeah.
Try to make it small. Oh my god! Why can't I resize you? Okay, I'm not gonna. So this guy, I'll make a note, is turning into that. So that would have been a counter spell then from Tingles. So here comes Tingles' Wild Magic Surge. Tingles, roll a d10 for me. I really want to tell you, JP, and this is a joke, so don't get mad, that's how much HP you have left. That's what I wanted to tell you. Your HP goes to 2. No, you you age 2 years, which might be worse for Tingles. Well, no, that's not too much effect. But you just aged 2 years.
Well, he's a halfling.
Oh, halfling, excuse me. So yeah, you age 2 years, a little gray hair.
He's a little pissed off.
Um,
No,
sorry.
my youthful exuberance.
So now the cloud kill. Oh my gosh. Oh, I thought it was the fireball because I saw you cast F, but you cast fly on a random creature within 60 feet of you. That doesn't really matter too much, right? So I'm just going to ignore it and not worry about it.
Actually, doesn't fly have like a 60?
Oh, true. It is
Or
like
does it-
60. So within 60 feet. Yeah. So that might bonus somebody. So Quaylen, that dude, that one. And then I'll just say all of you guys there. And then that one. And not Rahamiel. Okay. 1 is starting up here, and then 2, and then keep going. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2. This cloud kill now has fly, which actually does help them because their movement speed is not very good. Okay. Now Orkfo.
No whammies, no whammies.
Okay. I might have a token for this somewhere. Bear with me. Let's see. I'll use this one for now as a stand-in because it's kind of got the vibe. Wow, I just hovered over it. Now I can't find it. Okay. A unicorn appears next to you. Oh, hey. Oh,
Hi,
what the fuck? Charlie. Orkfo. What the hell is going on?
What?
Are we going to Candy Mountain? All right, Quaylen.
Go to Candy Mountain, Orkfo!
Freaking kidneys.
All right, Quaylen.
Quaylen, I guess, is going to conjure some bears. And we'll do 7th level, so he conjures 3.
Boom, boom, boom. Okay, the sound of that one's a little weird. Sorry. Let's get beyond that one.
Yeah. Okay. I'm glad you agreed.
That's a problem with finding good Final Fantasy music. Sometimes it gets a little just weird. This is all from Final Fantasy 14 for the most part, with some 16 in it. Okay.
Are they next after Quaylen?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm putting them next in
Quaylen
the turn
have a
order.
magical surge.
But no, I guess it would be right after you, so I guess I'll make it 13. Yep. Okay. You teleport up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space of your choice that you can see.
Huh.
If
Not
you
terrible.
want to use it, yeah. But it does happen now. Or no, excuse me, it happens at the end of your turn. So your turn's over. So now it happens. Yep. So
60 feet.
yep.
Well, I kind of want to get further away from everything, really. But maybe stay somewhat close to the. Oh, not that. maybe just onto the ship right there.
Okay.
Right there. Okay. All right, bears. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
We're attacking. Give me some 20s. Oh, it was like it stuck on 20 and then it fell over. All right, 15s are misses, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you rolled really good on your first round of bears earlier.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I just.
Thank you for just going through it really quick.
Okay.
All right, anything
So-
else?
I just, first of all, I thought of Bob from Bob's Burgers. Just, oh my god. But second, I just imagine these bears just biting and swinging like in this mauling, like almost like a cartoon, where they're just like flinging around and like Karsus like sneaks out from underneath them, and they're still just.
Yeah.
in there.
Love it. Okay.
All right, now that's it.
Romul's turn. What are we thinking, Justin?
Become a god. Become the
Grab-
god you've
grab
always
that
wanted
power.
to be.
Grab that power.
You have the power.
What do we do? As you
Start the music.
as the turn comes around. Every time I have to get the ethereal music for Romul's decisions. Yeah, you feel it. You do feel the power brimming inside of you that you were not able to control, but you do get the sensation that you can reach out and try and try again.
It's so hard because it's taken.
I might have named
It's-
this the
there's a
temptation of
pos-
Romul encounter.
It's just the possibility of undoing 3 years of work. Yeah, so as he tries to pull away, it kind of pulls him back in, and he just gives into it. He's going to try again.
Okay, I'm rooting for you. Arcana check. The DC is 30.
What's your
And then-
modifier?
So what all do I have?
You have
exactly?
advantage from Tingles on intelligence check, so that would apply to Arcana. And then you have his Bardic Inspiration, which is a D12 now, right, Tingles?
Yup.
Do you want to tell everyone your modifier for Arcana?
It's plus 12.
It's 12.
Oh. Oh dear.
Now
Don't even need your
roll.
bardic. Don't even need your bardic.
He doesn't need it.
30 was the
It's in that
DC.
20.
Oh, is he going
a-
god mode? Is it
It's
happening?
32.
Tune in next time to find out what.
Because Nate's got to write it.
Next time.
What we'll describe here. We'll talk about ramifications of what that looks like mechanically, because there could be also very, very big ramifications for, in my opinion, it's not going to be over, right? Karsus is still going to try and wrestle with you for it, but you now have a true grasp on the old weave of the old god of magic that's 2,000, 3,000 years old of Mystryl. And Tingles, you saw this. So you reached in. Sorry, this song keeps getting repetitive. I apologize. Now let's do different music. I know. I feel like I played that one enough. This is important.
This is important.
So everything Romuald has strived for, knowledge, power, maybe not in a sense of a power-grabbing person. That's up to you to decide. But the truth is that he's grown in power, in ability. You've had discussions with Tatiana of what this could look like for the two of you in the long run. How powerful could she be? You know, she wants ultimate power so she could never be hurt again. What is it for Romuald, if you can answer this? I'm sorry it's so late. What drives him in this moment to reach for it? Curiosity, desire of the unknown, ego?
I'd say validation.
Validation. So in the terms of like your father, like validation of pushing you away with your interest and skill, pushing you to the sidelines,
Or like he just constantly needs to prove himself.
prove himself.
Candle keep kicking you out.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, Candle keeping you out. Those questioning his ability. And here he is, the far stretches, the multiverse, in a forgotten place by fate. And you grasp it once, and the storm is still pulling into the rune. You reach back out again. You use a staff, right? What staff do we have?
No, at this point I'm just using the book.
You're using the book. So this legendary book of a powerful lich, you have it, and it's like open. So you're using like components with it kind of vibe
Yes.
normally. And so you use it, you kind of hold it up, and you reach out with, you don't need components for this. You just need your hands as you feel the weave. And again, you pull it into you. And this time you're under control. And it is pure ecstasy. You have touched divinity multiple times, multiple ways, even in the last few minutes. The power that's being pulled into you by the storm is true godhood. And you feel your body changing because of it. Tingles, I love the idea that you saw it. And then you gave him this little extra push of what he's trying to do, what he does best. There's a blinding light as the storm envelops him and it continues to be pulled and pulled and pulled. You pull in a good chunk of it, and then it's gone. There's still storm out there being pulled into the room. But right now, Romuald has enough for ascension. You can tell us if you have the inspiration now, or if you want to wait to decide when you're more clear-headed, what Romuald looks like now. Does his body change? Do you glow with magic?
I'd actually have to think about it.
That's
Sorry.
totally fine. No, that's totally fine. That's a big decision. And per usual, this is a narrative conversation. You could look like something, and then later on, you go back to looking like normal Romuald. You are a god.
When someone asks if you're a god, you say yes.
Is there anything you would like to add in this moment, Romuald?
No.
Excellent. And we'll end it there. So in the future, we can see how it plans out, and I can wrap my head around the ramifications and see how it all plays out. For the fun of the campaign, my early thought is, just so you guys know, is I don't think it's going to be like a we win now change, right? But I do think there'll be interesting repercussions. Unless that's
Can I
what you guys
cast-
want, like that could be it. Like that can be a discussion we have, to be honest. But that'll be kind of up to you all. What's up?
Can I cast 9th level spells again?
No, you're fucked the rest of your life. No, 100%. You have pushed back beyond it, and you now can not, and then you can taste what she has put the boundaries on, because this is what was described as a 10th level spell. Karsus' avatar. How a mortal can attempt to ascend, and this is kind of like the remnants of that. So you're tasting a 10th level spell. The last person to have tasted this, besides gods, being Karsus himself, thousands of years ago.
I wonder,
Excellent.
does Karsus get a sense of pride watching another wizard try to follow in his footsteps?
It'll be like I want to give myself due diligence on the reactions of all that, but who knows how he'll truly react in this moment. I'm curious to see how this plays out. Love it. All right, boys. I say we end it there. It's 11:30. I know we're all tired, and I think that's a great moment to end it on.
Roger that.
One quick disclaimer: I am traveling. I'm going to be in North Carolina for a couple weeks, essentially house sitting for some friends. I'm planning on taking my computer up there and hopefully getting settled. So I'm planning on a session next Monday, but there might be logistical things come up. I'll let you know if that doesn't work out, but I'm planning on it. But just giving you the quick heads up.
I'm also traveling in the same state, and I may or may not be available. Like I have to see how that goes. What even day is that?
What even day is that?
What day is Monday? I'm looking
The
at the calendar.
8th.
All right, we can take this offline.
Yep, cool.
But I may or may not be available next week.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do our normal. We'll try and work whatever we can. GG's.
Cool.
GG.
Fun times, guys.
Mm-hmm.
G to the G to the
Good
G to the G.
night.